Coffee stains and name chains. I am such a loner. San Francisco bases got me slowly taking over. I can't wait to show you that I'm gonna take it over. Lico, beast mode, 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 Lico, beast mode. This is not a main thing, really I'm a coder. Coffee stains and name chains, I am such a loner. San Francisco bases got me slowly taking over. I can't wait to show you that I'm gonna take it over. Lico, beast mode, 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 Lico, beast mode.
Yo, chat, what's up? We live again. We got more. Today we have 4 coding interviews, so pretty much for the next 4 to 5 hours, we're gonna be running a bunch of coding interviews straight. Already have the questions pre-selected, so yeah, we'll just get into it. Helping a bunch of people out. Just get ready for recruiting season, since recruiting season already started. Let's see. You'd see my CV and tell me what you think. You want me to take a look at your CV? Where'd you send it? I don't know. Honestly, it's hard for me to look at a CV and say if it's good or not because I'm not really a recruiter. But the part that I add the most value is being able to do these coding interviews because I've ran a lot of these and had to actually like rate people and stuff. Hold up. Let me just like verify my audio is all good. Testing my audio. Alright. Alright, let's get to work. Let's get to work today. I'm a .NET developer. I've never worked as a developer. I'll be having a few interviews this month. Any advice? You're a .NET developer. What do you mean you've never worked as a developer? As in, you just learned .NET but haven't worked in the real world yet? I would... A few interviews this month. Any advice? My main advice... Yo, Keith, was good. My main advice if you're... For interviewing is first try hard to figure out what they're going to ask you in the interview. Pretty much try to predict what they're going to give you in the interview. It's like when you have a test or a final, I mean, you could just study or you could try to figure out exactly what they're going to ask you and study exactly just what you need to pass the test. Like if you want to ace it, I feel like the better strategy is trying to predict what they're going to ask you and study those questions. You could try to just study a bunch of random stuff and prepare yourself, but I don't think that's as efficient. Yo, Paul, was good. Yo, we got 4 different interviews today. I'm asking Google type interview questions. So all the questions that I'm going to be asking today are straight out of what Google will ask. Let me hop in. Yeah, I got a few people. Google started posting their jobs, so a lot of people are asking me to cover that stuff. Yo, Taj, what's up?
Hi James, how are you?
I'm good. One sec. Let me just adjust.
Yeah,
Can you say something? Just adjusting the audio.
no worries.
Yeah, sorry I don't have my camera on the Google Meets because I'm on the stream right now.
Okay,
Cool. How you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. Let me start up a video so we can get this
Yeah.
coding interview started because we have a bunch of people today.
All
All
right.
right, let me see. All right, there's gonna be a separate video probably. One sec, let me prepare. Hey everyone, so today I have someone joining in from London, UK, has 512 lead code questions solved, working at a company called Money Farm in London. So, yeah, what brings you here today? Are you getting or are you getting interviews for fan companies? Are you trying to switch or
Yeah,
yeah.
so I just, cleared phone screen for Meta few days
Nice.
back.
Wow.
So I have a full loop scheduled next month, earlier next month. So yeah, I'm preparing for that.
Nice. So you already have a whole month of or you have a whole month to prepare?
Yeah. So I'm little bit, stale on a little bit on my coding side because I've been on and off on lead code, but
Yep.
recently I've been, really active. But I'm really scared about, the product architecture round. So
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
really sure.
So what do you want to prepare for right now? Do you want to prepare for more coding style or do you want to do product architecture?
I want to do coding style maybe for now.
Yeah. Okay, maybe next
Yeah,
time we'll do the product.
yeah.
So you did 512 leak code questions? That's pretty
Yeah.
crazy. Um over how many years? And how much experience do you have by the way?
So I have total of 10 years,
Okay.
and for 512 question, I think I took more than 5 years
I see.
because I was, at the start of pandemic, I became really active, and then I kind of dropped off because I was preparing for another job.
Mhm.
So, and then, it just kind of went away, and now I'm really active now again because of that this meta interview.
Cool. All right. Let's get straight into it then. I'm going to send you over the link.
Yeah.
Where's this? I sent in the Google Meets chat.
Okay. 1 second. Yeah.
So what language do you like to use for your coding
Uh,
interviews?
I love JavaScript, so I'm working on
Okay,
JavaScript.
JavaScript. Nice, cool.
Yeah.
All right, looks like you're in. I'll switch
Yeah.
to language real quick.
Yeah.
All right, there's Lodash and stuff, but
Yeah.
let's go straight here. All right, so this is your first question. We're gonna be
Right.
given an integer x. It's gonna be a
Yeah.
number. Just return true if it's a palindrome, false otherwise.
Right.
You have about 20 minutes per question.
Okay. Yeah. So we have positive as well as negative numbers. So, okay. So I'm just looking at example number 2 because it's a negative number. From left to right, it is not one. Okay, got it. So palindrome considering the minus sign as well, the negative sign as well.
Exactly.
Okay. So I would say a palindrome is a number which reads the same uh, if we just print it backwards, and 01 if it's not a palindrome. Okay, so it's like we need to consider it as integer, right? Like for
Yep.
example, 10. If it's in string, it is read 01, but we are not. But in the integer terms, it's just one, so it's not a palindrome, right?
Where 10 right here? Well, if we
Yeah,
reverse
yeah,
it, it's 0 1.
yeah,
Read zero
yeah.
one from right to left.
Got it, got it. So, shall I start?
What's your strategy? How are you gonna
Yeah.
do this?
So what I'm thinking of is, uh, since I need to start from the back side from the end. So I will divide the number and take the modulus. So something like if the number is 121, so I need to, check the last number is equal to the first number. So basically, I can have a number like uh, the last number is 1, and yeah, and the first number is 1. So I need to extract the first and the last number. So this is the first.
How do you extract the first number?
So for first number, so I can start with integer 1, and I continue to multiply 10 until I reach the number 0. Yeah, and also I will keep on dividing it. So for example, something like uh, I I will just take a, let's say, a number 1. Okay, 1 second, 1, and I will just have a kind of a loop which will just gather the how many which will gather how many zeros I need to cover the whole number. For example, 1 to 1 means I need 100. Okay, so I will have a loop which will continue to multiply 10 and then divide by 10 the original number. And when I reach only a single digit number, then I will just exit out of the loop. So I will have like 100 in this case. And if I have number like 1 2 3 4 3, then in this case I need 10,000. Yeah, so this will extract the first number, and then I will just consider this I will take this number, I will assign this number to a value like this. And the second, uh, 1 second, yeah. And what I'll do is I will start a loop again, which will just check modulus the last value,
Mm-hmm.
right? And the first number will be division by this number x. Okay, and it will check if the both number are same. Then I will proceed to checking the next number, which is in the second iteration of the loop. I will divide this x by 10, and my other number, which is checking the last digit. Uh, so the original number will also be divided by 10 in that case. So 1 second. So like for example, the new number was, for example, this one. Okay, and original number is this, and original number contains 5 digits, so I will start with 10,000, and the last one will be something like this.
Let's do this because this is actually a palindrome.
Okay, 1 2 3 4 5 6, yeah. So I will have x as this and y as 1. So in the first iteration I will divide the original number by x and modulus by the second number by 10. And in the second iteration, I will divide this number by 10 and multiply this by 100. And I will keep on going like this until I reach the point where y become larger than x.
Mm.
And if all the numbers are same in that period, then it's a palindrome. And if there is a break in between, if the first number and the last number are not the same, then it's not.
I'm still confused how we're gonna extract the first number using this big. So x is used to extract the biggest number.
Yeah. So what I'll do is I have a loop, which will uh, yeah. So what I'll have is a loop which will just continue to multiply by 10 until I reach this number, and I will just exit the loop if my number x becomes larger than this number. So
Mm.
I'll have the x as uh, whatever the digits are in this number, uh, times 0 into 1. You getting what I'm trying to say?
Okay. All right. Okay. Just go ahead and Just go ahead and implement it, and let's work from there.
Yeah. So I have the first number, 1. So let's say my number is x. Okay, I'm given x. So what I'll do is I'll assign this x to a num. So divide equal to 10 and x multiply equal 10, right? So num is greater than 9. Okay. So what happened in this loop is I will just multiply. So I've started first num. Sorry, first num. I need to take first like this. So what I'll have is first num equal to whatever the number of digits that are there in the original number x, uh, the closest thousand or zeros to that. You getting what I'm trying to say?
Sure.
Sorry, I'm just
Yeah.
a little bit
Oh no.
nervous.
Okay.
Yeah,
Times 10 times 10 times 10. Okay.
yeah. So now what I'll do is I'll just go to the original number, which is num. So I'll just have a loop, which will be, so I have another variable called y, which is 1, which is, sorry, 10. And if x is greater than 10, greater than y, and num. So let's call it and num. So x. So I'll, 1 second, divided by x, yeah. Divided by first num. So I'm getting the first number from here, and last number equals x mod n num. Sorry, first num becomes this. Okay, let me just try run this in my head. So, like for example, the number is this, and x divided by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is it? Yeah, yeah. I know if I'm not doing. Ah, okay. And after that, I probably need this. Yeah, if f is equal to l, not equal to l, basically, I need to return false, otherwise return true. First num equal x, num greater than 9, okay. 10, 20, 30, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000. Yeah, yeah, something like this, James.
All right. Taking a look. Okay. Let's dry run it on a very small example.
Yeah,
Yeah. Go ahead and dry run it on a small example and show and prove to me that it worked.
1, 2, 3, 2, 1. Maybe 1 to 1.
Yep.
So 1 to 1 becomes, so num becomes 1 to 1. 1. And First num is 1. So first num becomes 10.
Equals x. What's x here?
So x is the original number I'm considering input.
Okay. Where could
Yeah.
you set x, or could you turn this into a function that takes in the
Okay.
parameters and returns true or
Yeah.
false?
X. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm trying to dry run on 1 to 1.
Sure.
Uh, this Palindrome. Yeah. So I need to assign num equal to x because I also need the original number. Okay.
Sure.
Yeah. So if 1 to 1 is the number, at this step it becomes 12 and first num becomes 10.
Where's
Then
first
in the
num?
first num, oh, it's gone. Sorry. Right?
Sure.
Yeah. And in the second iteration, this becomes 1 and this becomes 100. And then I exit out of the loop.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I go to this step where my x again is 1 to 1 and my end num is 10. Okay. Now at this step, yeah. So at this step, actually this is wrong. I think should be right. First num greater than end num, something like this. So at this step, this becomes 1, 2 because, sorry, yeah, no, it just becomes 1 because it's 100. First num is 100.
121 divided by 100.
Yeah, and 100.
Wouldn't that be like 1.21 or something?
Yeah. I think so. I need to float this. So this becomes 1, and I'm just taking one more 10, which is still 1. Okay, and the end num is 1 because I'm modulus by 10. Okay, and I'm checking if f is equal to not equal to L, then returning false. 1 second. I think I just need to do this as well. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. So in the next step, first num becomes 10, and end num becomes 100. Yeah. So method flow first num. Oh no, I think it's wrong. Sorry. Yeah, I'm trying to see that how can I extract first digit out of 121. So what I was
But
trying to do is
do we need to
yeah,
extract the first digit? It's kind of it feels a bit complicated where you're trying to
yeah,
extract the first, then because you need to extract the first and then the last, then you need
yeah,
to extract the second one from the
yeah,
first, like the second one, and then the second last, and the third one, and the third last.
yeah.
So yeah, I'm not sure if it like, you might be able to get it to work, but it's a bit complicated. Is there any other
Yeah.
solution you could pivot into?
1 second. What I can do is I can just reverse the number and see if it matches the original number.
How would you reverse the number?
So for reversing, I will just I'll take a number, let's say k, and I will just start with, I will extract the last digit and then multiply the uh, and store it in a variable, and then I will just continue to multiply the. I'm sorry, can I say that again? Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. What's
Yeah,
your solution?
yeah. So I will just start with, let's say, a number. Okay. So I will extract the last digit and store it in a variable. Okay. And what I'll do next in the next iteration is multiply that number into 10 and then also extract the remaining of the digit. And I continue to do that till I have got till the number is zero, basically.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and implement that. You have like a few minutes left.
Yeah. I will extract this to 1, number 10 equal to A. C, let's say. Into 10. 1 second. This is number 10, so I'm getting 1. So I'll just now like this. Number 10 is 1. So I'll try to write this. 1 to 1. This is 1 over here. This becomes 1. 1 second is 0, so 1. Equal 10. So this becomes 12. 1 second, maybe math.flow for this one. Right. Next time, this becomes 2. And this has 1. So 1 into 10 plus 2 is this becomes 12. And this becomes 1. Next time, 1. This becomes 1. 12 into 2, 120 plus 1, which is 121. We want this. Yeah, something like this. But there's one thing. If a number is less than 0, then I return false.
Okay. Let's try. Could you test it on a couple examples real quick?
Yeah. So let's take this
You
one.
just console.log.
Yeah.
This should say
Yeah.
this should say true.
Yeah.
Okay. True. Okay.
Yeah.
Second number. Okay, second. Okay, you fixed this. I thought for a second you had the second number still at 1. Okay,
No,
so we
zero.
can fix
Sorry.
it.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
didn't see that fix. All right, okay, let's move on to the second question.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna post this in, and you clarify the requirements.
Yeah.
All right, this is the second question.
Okay. So given n non-negative integers representing an elevation map where the width of each bar is 1, compute how much water it can trap after raining. Okay. Can you give me some examples if it's possible?
Okay, so do you understand what's asking? Given a non-negative integer representing it. Okay, let's go into the
Elevation.
drawing. Let's get into the drawing.
Yeah.
So we're
Yeah.
pretty. I'll give you the one example here.
Yeah.
So here, let me expand it.
Have you opened drawing? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're gonna be given a bunch of non-negative integers, so 0 or more, and
Yeah.
then essentially we have a graph here, where
Okay.
this is the heights, and then
Yeah.
these are the different ones. Like we these represent the different heights.
Okay.
This, right? Expand it. So 1, let's just say this is this tall. 2
Yeah.
is this tall.
Yeah.
1 is this tall.
Yeah.
1 is this tall.
Yeah.
3 is like this tall.
Yeah.
2,
Got it.
1, 2, 1.
Yeah.
So we just need to compute how many. Pretend it rains.
Yeah.
So after it rains, water is gonna be trapped in these places.
Okay.
Like this. Right. So you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
Or if this is cell 1. So what's the answer here? 1, 2,
2,
3,
3,
4, 5,
5,
6.
6. Yeah.
Yeah. So we just need to pretty much compute. We're going to be given a bar of heights. Just compute how much water is filled up after it rains. And
Got it.
pretty much for water to be stuck there after it's done raining,
Yeah.
it needs to be enclosed by 2 bars.
Got it.
Right. Like here, why won't the water stay here?
Because there is nothing to, store it basically.
On the left side, right? What
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
like right here?
Because the same reason there is nothing on the right.
Yeah.
Too.
Exactly.
Yeah. So yeah.
So I'll
Got
let you
it.
go ahead. So yeah, that's the main example. Here's another example. I'll put the examples inside of the.
Okay. Okay. So, shall I start?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So, of the top of the mind, I'm thinking of a stack, which is basically when I'm moving from left to right. Uh, Whenever there is a motion above, up motion from a ground, and then it goes back down again, and then goes back up. So uh, I can only hold water inside. Uh, Sorry, can I say that again? Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So so what I'm trying to say is I can only hold water if there is like a dip between two basically numbers, right? And uh, only in that scenario I can just hold some water. So basically, for what I'm seeing here is if I go down and up again, so I can store the value, uh, this value in the stack. When I go down and up again, So I will see what the last location where stack what was at that position or even lower than that, and I can just minus subtract those two values and just find out how much water is trapped. Are you getting what I'm trying to say? I don't
Yeah,
think so.
I'm not understanding your approach.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is, like, for example, if I'm in the stack, right? I was stacked, and if I go from first place to second place, like from 4 to 2,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And then from 4 to 2 to 0,
Mm-hmm.
right? So this is continuously decreasing. So I cannot hold any water inside this, right?
Yeah.
But as soon as I get into 3, so I can see, there I can hold water till point number 2, right? But since 4 is already above, so I cannot, I have less amount of water than this. Okay, I cannot hold till this point. I can only hold till this point.
Okay.
Yeah. Then I will just, calculate whatever the value is from here to here, and I can save it somewhere in a variable. Okay. So in this case, it was 2. Okay.
Why is it two?
Because I'm 1, 2, because there was only one level to hold the value, a 1 unit, you can say.
1 unit here.
Yeah. So there is the difference between 2 and 3 is just uh, there is only one place in between 2 and 3 that can hold the value, 1 unit.
Well,
Okay.
here it should be able to hold three, right? Water, because it's enclosed by three to the right, and then on the
But
left
it's
side.
on the left, it's 2, right? It will overflow on this point, from this
Yeah,
point, right?
but then four will block it
4 will block it. Yeah, I
from
get
getting
that.
out.
Yeah, 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 yeah. 4 will, oh, for this example, okay. Yeah. So, and then if I go back to 2 again, then there will be units and 5. Yeah, 4 will block it. So I can have 1 unit there here as well. Sorry, yeah. And then when I go down to 2, then it can have one more unit here. And then at 5, I can, yeah, actually, I can sum all the values. Can I show you in the stack? Sorry, probably is a better idea. Three, 2, 5. So I'm starting from here.
So how does
And
the stack get built up? Or because you
so
just
it's
put
going,
everything in the stack right now.
no, no, no. I will just kick the values out as soon as I get a higher value. I'll kick those lower values out, and I will add those value to a resultant variable.
Okay.
Yeah. So something like 4 to 0. So I'm going down right now, and as soon as I get a 3, so I have something to trap the values, right? So I will store this 0. So I will get all the units what I have in 0 and 2. Then I will just stop here 4 because this is a higher value.
Okay.
So these are only the storage points 0 and 2. And after that, I will just also kick 3 out as soon as I get a higher value.
Okay. Could you show me? Let's work on example two right here. Can you show me like how pretend we have some result and some
Yeah,
stack? How do we get the
yeah,
result to 9? And then,
yeah.
let me check.
Sorry. So 4, then 2, then 0, then I get a 3. One second.
Okay, you just keep pushing to it while it's decreasing.
Yeah.
Sure.
Then I will just kick this one out, and add 3. Yeah. But what if it's a 5? No. I will add 3 here. Okay. Then I kick this one out. But
What do
this
you
in
mean?
this
What
case
do you
I
mean
will
kick out? Are you just popping here? Like,
popping out. Yeah, popping the values out.
so if it's a stack, it's last or 3 will get popped out then, right?
No, I will check. If the last value is less than the value that I'm trying to push into the stack, I will kick the value out, pop the value out.
Okay. So
So
3 is
it's
not
it's
in the
like
stack yet.
decreasing stack
So
basically.
3 is not in the stack yet.
No, not in the
Because if
stack.
you put it in the stack, then you have to pop it out. It's gonna be the first one out.
Yeah. So I'll as soon as I get the value 3, so I will check, if the value is less than the top of the stack is less than the value 3, then I will just kick this one out and store 3 in this
Store
over
3 in
here
the result here.
in the result. Yeah.
Okay, 3.
Okay. And then my testing value is again 3. And when I check the value 2, then I will add the difference because I can only fill up to 3, right?
Mm.
So 3 minus 2, I will store here 1. And then, I will check 4. 4 is large. So I will uh, push the value 3 into the stack.
Mm.
Then in the next stage, I'll get 2. In the next stage, I'll get 5, right?
Mm.
But 5 is not, will not be able to go into the stack. So I will just pop this value out. So this is, sorry. Can I say that again?
Sure.
So what I think of is whatever the maximum value in the stack is, I can only fill up to that point, right? Because even if I get the value 5, I cannot fill it up 5. I can only fill it up till the point 4. So when 5 comes, so the maximum value I can push into the result is 2 because I can only fill to the point 2 because over even if 5 comes at the end of the, when I'm testing the value 5 from the end of the stack, uh, the largest value of the stack is 4. So
Yeah.
I cannot push it beyond that point. So the maximum value I can push is 2. And then after that, when I push this, pop this one out, now we'll check with 3. So it's 1 and this 4. So there's nothing in the stack to compare. So I'll push this one out.
Well, we got only 7 there. Result should be 9.
Oh, okay. Let me just see. 4, 2, 0. 4, 2, 0, 3. 3. Oh, even though I'm pushing 3 on 0, I can fill up this one till up to 4, right? So yeah. So I just need to 2, 0, 2. Yeah. So 4, 2, 0, 3, 2, 5. So 4, go down, 3. 2, 3 plus 1. 2, 1. So 1 second. 0. So I'll kick this one out and add 3. 3, kick this one out 0, kick this one out 2, kick this one out 1. So if I'm at 2, so if I'm this
So how
point,
much should this one give? 2. This one should actually give 4.
Yeah. Ideally, it should give 4. So I'm not trying to understand how can I get that. They should give ideally 1, and they should also give 2. Yeah. So 4, 5. Oh, okay. Probably when I'm pushing 3, then I need to consider how many values that have popped out should also be, uh, should also be covered by the value 3 here, right? Because if it was only 3, then the result should be 3 plus 1, okay? If there was nothing else. But since there is 2 and 5, and
Pretend we had 3 here and we had 6, but then
yeah,
this one was only 5.
yeah,
So and we're looking at 3. How do
yeah,
we know that we can fill this up to 3? How do we know that we can only fill it up to 2?
yeah. I think I need to do something here. Once again, in this case, the answer should be 3, 5, 2, 3. Yeah. So so what I'm thinking here is 6, 2, 0, and when I am encountering 3, then when I kick this one out and this one out, uh, so I've kicked 2 values out. So I need to consider index in some way, that this index should,
But you need to consider also not just the left bound but the right bound.
yeah,
Because if you're popping out 0, right? On the
yeah,
left side it's bounded by 6, but on the right
yeah,
side, what is
is
it
bounded
bounded
by
by?
5.
So how would you know that?
Yeah. 5, 5, 6, 2, 0, 3, 4. Okay.
So maybe try to figure that part out.
Yeah. 2, 0, 6, 2, 0, 3. These two are out. 1, 5. But it's possible that there is a value in between and the right bound changes. As soon as there is a right bound, then it's a new water trap. Ah, okay. Ah, okay. Okay. Instead of doing uh, okay. So max value is 4. If I go here, plus 4, plus 6, and 62036. 62036. 2, 4. Going down again, then going up. Something like 6. I managed to. Next large value, basically. 6.
Okay. We're running out
Yeah.
of time, so I'm gonna probably end it here and
Okay.
to the feedback session. So yeah,
Yeah.
what do you think? How's that interview for you?
Yeah. Yeah. Not good. Not good at all.
What do you think? Where do you think that you could do better on, or where do you think you got stuck?
Yeah. So most important was communication for me, and the second thing was, yeah, maybe I need to be a little more clear on what I'm trying to say.
Mm,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't really judge the communication because I was more just trying. The part that I was judging was more if you were to get to the right solution, you weren't able to get to the right solution. So for question one, I think it was too complicated. Your solution
Yeah.
was a bit too complicated, and
Yeah.
you just ended up using up too much time. So your
Yeah.
initial solution, you were grabbing the first digit, kind of getting with the last digit, and then trying
Yeah.
to move it inwards and implement that. But it took you a bit too much time to figure out that the solution was suboptimal. With a lot of
Yeah.
these questions, honestly, if you notice that it's getting too complicated, you're
Yeah.
probably overcomplicating it, and a lot of the solutions are more elegant and
Yeah.
shorter. So I would like think twice, or yeah, get buy-in from
Okay.
the interviewer before going with that approach. You were
Okay.
able to pivot to a better solution at the end, and it worked.
Yeah.
So, but yeah,
Yeah.
that was the main thing. I think it was yeah, I just cycling through different solutions and trying to simplify your
Yeah.
solution. Second question, I think it looked a bit promising, but again, I think you had one solution in mind and then wasn't
Yeah.
able to figure out the next solution after when you
Yeah.
figured out that it wasn't going to work.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you could maybe do this one with the stack,
Yeah.
but yeah, I think what I would do is just break the problem down into like simpler problems. So
Okay.
the way that I broke this down when I first got the question is pretend I'm on a specific height.
Yeah.
I'm on a specific height 0, right? I just
Yeah.
need to know what is the minimum between anything to my left and anything to my right.
Yeah.
Like the minute, like the I just need to find my left bound and my right bound.
Yeah.
So it's pretty much finding like the highest element to my left, essentially.
Okay.
So the way I did
Okay.
that was pretty much with like prefix sums. So I know to my left the largest is 6, and to my right
Yeah.
the largest is 5, or
Yeah.
yeah, the largest is 6. Then I had to take the minimum between the largest in my left and largest to my right.
Okay.
So that would solve this question using some
Yeah.
extra space.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think just iterating on the problem and yeah, not getting stuck with one solution. But I
Got
think
it.
overall, yeah, just need more practice on those harder questions.
Got it.
Yeah, that's pretty much the advice there. I think yeah, overall
Cheers.
good
Yeah.
direction.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, James.
No problem. Good luck with your interviews. Let me know if
Thank
you want
you.
to do another one at some point.
Yeah. Yeah.
All
Thank
right.
you. Bye
Okay.
bye.
See you. Bye. Chat. Any thoughts? Okay. Somebody's saying I ignored them. I'm a BTech CSE AML student in my second year start. I'm doing DSA right now at Linklist and started web development. What can I do for placement? What do you mean by placement? What do you mean what you can do for how do you get an interview? Keep grinding, lead code questions, do more projects, put yourself out there, apply for as many jobs as you can. That's pretty much my advice there. The email account doesn't exist? Yeah, that second one is kind of second one is hard. So I'm gonna. All right, we got the next person coming up. Got the next person coming up right away. what's up?
Hey, how are you?
Good, good. How about yourself?
Yeah, I'm doing fine, thank you.
Nice. Let's see what we have here. I'll just start up the video 1 second.
Yep.
So, hey everyone. Today we have somebody from UCLA, a master's student from UCLA, or you might have already graduated,
Yeah, I
working
just
at
graduated.
MathWorks, 200 to 250 leak code questions solved, so quite a bit. Nice. You're looking to land roles in FANG or mid-level companies?
Yeah, so currently my role is not exactly so MLE, but I want MLE kind of roles. So trying to switch to FANG or mid-level, as long as it's MLE, it's good, I think.
You want to work as a machine learning engineer,
Yeah,
essentially?
yep. So I have an interview, applied scientist interview for Amazon in like 2 weeks from now.
Nice.
So that's an update, and yeah, it's just
Okay,
applying
cool.
and
Nice. What sort of is the interview process that you need to be ready for? Are they gonna ask you leak code? They said they're gonna ask you leak code.
yeah. I mean, one of the rounds for Amazon in general would be lead code. So I think for my screening round, I asked two questions in for 30 minutes. That was, I think, speed was quite a key, I'd say.
Speed is key. That makes sense. Yeah, with a lot of them, speed is
Speed is a
key.
bottleneck. So, so yeah,
So what programming language did you do, or do you do the interviews in?
I prefer Python.
Nice.
Okay.
I sent you in. So what kind of masters did you take? Was it in machine learning? Was it in
Oh, it
computer
was it
science?
was in computer engineering, but specialization was in AI and ML. So
Nice. How long ago was that?
it was like 2 years, but I graduated early because I finished my requirements early. So like, why not?
Okay. Or you graduated 2 years ago?
No, no, no. I graduated like just in March. I was supposed to graduate in June, but I graduated early. Yeah, so
Nice. Cool. Are you able to land interviews with after getting your
yeah.
master's?
So even before I graduated, I did have interviews at Snap, Snap Research. I had one
Nice.
at a startup, and I had the recent one is at Amazon. But yeah, I think most of it I got rejected because of the coding. So trying to get my redemption arc.
Okay.
So,
You didn't get it because of the coding portion, you think?
yeah, I mean, yeah, I just one was a simple BFS, but I couldn't figure it out, etc., etc. Like, I just stumbled upon pressure. So.
Okay. Cool. All right. Let's just get in straight into this then.
Mm.
I'll give you the first question. We'll spend 15 to 20 minutes per question. Right now, speed
Okay.
is key. Paul, he did his master's in UCLA, at UCLA. So we're going to be given two strings, word 1 and word 2. Merge the strings added by adding the letters in alternating order, starting from word 1. If a string is longer than the other, append the additional letters onto the end of the merged string. Does that make sense?
Okay. So let's read the question once. You're
Sure.
given two strings, word one and word two. Merge the strings by adding letters in alternating order. So I'm assuming one from word one, next from word two, then I move it. Okay. You can see the example as well. And if the string is longer than the other, append the additional letters onto the end of the merged string. Okay. So let's have a look at the example. Word one is ABC, word two is PQR. So I add first word from A. Oh, sorry, word one, which is A. Second, next word from word two, which is P, and then I move ahead. I add BQ. Okay. So what if one of or both of the words are empty? Like, let's say one of the word is empty. Then should the merged string be the next word? And if both of the words are empty, should the merged string be an empty string?
Yeah. If one of them is empty, it says right here, if what happens if one is longer than the other?
Mhm. Okay. And merged string would be merged as. Okay, I think and does it matter what words, what strings are inside? I think here I can see alphabets, but it doesn't matter actually. So it can be anything, right? The characters inside the word string.
It can be anything. How would that
Okay.
affect the solution?
Yeah, it doesn't affect. Yeah, I
Okay.
don't know why I asked, but okay. Anyway, so okay, so I think the first approach for me, like is the typical two-pointer approach where one pointer this points to uh, word one, so two pointer to get started. I pointer, let's say, to word one, and J to, let's say, word two. Both will start from the index zero, and I'll iterate through both the strings as long as both the strings as long as I'm in the bounds of both the strings. So if I'm not in the bounds of any of either of the string, that means I've depleted one of the string, and if other string is not empty yet, I'll just append that much part to the merge string, like in just one operation. Like I just slice that much part from, let's say, word 2, and just add that to the merge string. So I just have two in pointers. Add the pointer of word 1 to the merge string. Add pointer of word to the merge string. Increment both the pointers as long as both the pointers are valid in the valid range. And at the end, just merge the remaining part of the left out string. It can be word 1 or word 2. Does it make
Okay.
sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Go ahead and implement that.
Right. Okay. So I'll make a function def get mod string word 1 word 2. I just have the mod string there as well. Yeah. Okay. So I'll write the first base case because I like to write the base case first. So if not word 1 and not word 2, that means if both are empty, just return the empty string. So now I'm guaranteed that at least one of them is not empty. So I'll have one of the pointers pointing to string word 1. So this is for word 1. J will be pointing to word 2. And I'll have the length of both the strings as, let's say, n and m. N is len of word 1 and m is len of word 2. Now, as I mentioned, as long as both of them are valid, that means as long as I'm in the valid range of both of them, I iterate and keep adding both the characters from both the strings to my merge string. So for merge string, obviously I'll initialize an empty string to append all the values to the merge string. Okay, so here, so the order is, so okay, I didn't clarify this. So the order is word 1 then word 2, right? It's not the reverse. Yeah. Can I assume that? So always add word 1 character and then word 2
Yeah,
character. Okay.
exactly.
Okay. Okay. So out plus equals. So I add word 1 pointer. This is word 1 I. I add word 2 pointer, which is word 2 j. And this will go on as long as both of them are valid. So if one of them is n, that means the other pointer is less than its valid range. For example, if j is less than m, out plus equals uh, word 2. Can I do this in Python? I'm not sure if I can do this. I think I can do this. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Because this should be a string and I can add the string completely to my output. So, okay. And same for the other string as well. So one thing to note is at a time, only one of these if statements will be active because this while block will ensure that both of them are valid. And if either of them is not valid, I either start this if block or start this if block. So only one of them will be active, you could, or be one of them would be actually be a part of the code running. So yeah, so I think that's pretty much it. I'll just return my output. Let's see
Let's
if I
see.
make a mistake. Yeah, sorry.
Let's see. Look over the code and just ensure there's no bugs first before you
Yeah,
run it.
I'll just see if there's no silly bugs. So I okay, obviously, like I didn't increment the pointer. Yeah, so just that. So I'm starting from 0. I'm incrementing the pointer. Sometime one of them will be n or j will be m, and if one of them is n, like if I is n, then this will be triggered. If j is m, then this will be triggered. Right? Yeah. Can I try it out? I think.
Sure, try to.
So I'll try out with the examples that you gave. So what's this? Can I run the code or should I do a dry run? Like, what do you prefer?
Just run the code for this one.
Okay. Okay. A B A P B Q C R.
Okay.
I'll try different cases as well.
Yeah.
What if one of them is empty? Let's see. A B C. Okay. Then what
Let's
if?
try this.
Oops.
Let me go. Let me try one.
Okay. So this should be A Z B Z C Z. Okay.
And three
A
A's.
A Z. Was it not running? Yeah. A Z B Z C Z A. Yeah. I think. And
Okay.
if yeah. So this would be so
What's
since
your
I'm running
runtime complexity?
yeah, that's what I was going to come to. So this the while loop would be running for the minimum of the length of the two strings, and this is just I'm assuming the if blocks are just O of one time because I'm just slicing and adding. Assuming slicing is O of one, so while loop is a bottleneck, and while loop is O of minimum of n comma m, and if block would be hopefully I'm assuming it's O of one, and space is not exactly O of n because output string is not exactly part of the extra space. But if you also consider output string as an extra space, then it's O of n. But it depends. Like if output string is not considered extra space, then it's O of one. So it depends on how you see.
So what's the runtime? It's O of n. Are you
O
sure?
of O of minimum of n comma m.
Okay. O of
So because
minimum, or it's gonna be O of maximum.
so that's what I was talking. So this while loop will run for run for minimum of n comma m iterations. So I'll just write here O of minimum of n comma m, and assuming that this I'm only adding once, right, in this if blocks. So I'm assuming the slicing operation is O of 1. I don't think slicing is O of 1. So but if it's not O of 1, then it should be O of maximum of m comma n. So I'm not sure how slicing works in Python, if this should be O of n or O of 1. But if in worst case, let's assume it's O of n, then it's O of maximum of m comma n.
Okay. I think that there's like I think your algorithm on paper it could be that efficient based on your algorithm, but you're doing some subtle thing. You're doing some subtle thing that's causing your algorithm to be really slow. It's actually gonna be a O of n squared type thing.
Is it this algorithm O of n squared? Like what is n here?
Well, let's say, so what your algorithm is actually just O of your algorithm is actually O of the max of n or m, where n is the length of word one and m is the length of the other one, because
Yep.
right, but it's let's just say it's O of n, but what I'm saying is your algorithm is actually O of n squared. Due to it's a language specific thing that's causing your algorithm to be O of n squared.
Oh, this thing is it?
Not
so maybe
that.
in that
not
case,
that.
I can just do a while loop here as well.
It's not that.
Okay.
That's good. That's fine.
Okay. Is it because I'm making a string again and again? Like
Where?
like if I'm making a new string out and I'm appending elements to that, but that should not be a problem, right?
So pretend I have a long string, right? And I want to add an a to the end of it. What's the runtime complexity of that?
Of in Python, is it?
Yeah, in Python. What's the runtime complexity of that?
I think it's O of n because I think it iterates to all the elements and okay, it iterates through all the elements and then adds an a, so it should be O of n. Like I'm not sure how the string addition works in Python in terms of complexity.
Yeah. Well, okay. What I'll say is strings are immutable.
Okay.
So how would
So I
that
can make a
affect
list
your
and
runtime here?
just convert that to string later.
Pardon?
Sorry?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, I was just saying if this is a problem, then I can just make a list and then I can just convert it to string later.
Yeah, that works.
right? So okay. So should I make the change?
Yep, make the change,
Okay.
please.
Okay. So this is this out dot append. Okay, I didn't know this about Python, but yeah, anyway. So
Yeah, strings are immutable, so yeah, I'll
so
explain it
is it the
after.
same for all languages or just Python is this?
With Java, you need to use a string builder too. With a lot of some languages, strings are not immutable, or
Hmm.
yeah, are immutable or mutable. Sorry, but it's immutable in almost all.
Okay.
And someone in chat said C++. I
Okay.
don't know. Yeah, I think yeah. In most languages, it's immutable.
Okay. I think it's okay. I think now it should be fine. And this I'll just do it string of out. I'll just see if it's
I don't think
still
it's a word.
okay. What? Why is string of out not a string? Weird. Okay.
I don't think that's how you create a string out of. How you
Oh,
convert an
okay.
array to a
I,
string.
I agree. Yeah. It's dot join of oops dot join of out and yeah. Yeah. This
Yeah.
would be
Exactly.
of m maximum. This that then in this case this complexity holds the
Yeah,
one that I've
that
handled.
complexity hold. Yeah. Before, what you're doing is you had like an immutable string, like x
Okay.
equals a. So it's not like an array where you could just put b in the end. What it actually needs to do is
Oh, okay.
it'll create a new like it'll create a new string with a and then copy over everything from current x and then what you're gonna add to the end, and that whole operation takes O of n time. So if you do that for
Oh,
every single element,
oh, that's
it leads
offense, right?
to yeah exactly.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
It's
So watch
cruel
out for
actually.
that.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
let's
is it
move.
recommended to always make lists whenever given a string problem?
Exactly.
And
String. It's called the string builder problem, or
oh,
it's string builder pattern. I'll send you a
okay,
video I have on it.
okay,
But it's a common
okay,
mistake that people make. So just make sure to catch that because it could lead
okay,
to a super inefficient algorithm.
okay. Makes sense. Thanks a lot. Yep.
All right, let's move on to the second
Mhm.
question.
If you're given an array, so can I read the question?
Yeah, go ahead, read it.
You're given an array of k linked lists. Each linked list is sorted in ascending order. Okay. Merge all the linked lists into one sorted linked list and return it. Okay. So can I have examples or should I create my own examples?
You can create your own example.
Yeah. So I first thing I have input, which is I'm assuming a list of length k
Mm-hmm.
and uh, each element is a linked list of some number of elements,
Exactly.
and I just have to merge all the linked lists into one sorted linked list and return it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So can I make a new linked list? I think yeah, that's obviously I should be able to
Yeah. Here,
make a
actually,
new
I'll
list.
give you an example here.
Okay.
So we're gonna be given a bunch of lists, and these lists are ordered in already in ascending order. And right now they're shown in just regular list format, but you could assume
Mhm.
that they're given in link as a linked list, where each element in the list is just the node to the head of each linked list. But what we need to output is the linked list if we join all of them together. So you can see if you merge them into one
Yeah.
sorted linked list, you get something like this.
Mhm. Okay. Okay. So can I assume that all the linked lists inside my list input are they all valid? Like, are they actual linked lists, or can it be just head equals none of that type of thing?
It's good. They're all gonna be valid linked lists.
It cannot be none, right? It
Yeah.
at least answers one element. Okay.
Yep.
And can the numbers be negative inside any of the linked lists? Doesn't matter, but yeah, still
Yeah.
doesn't matter.
Yeah. I don't think it will
It
matter.
doesn't matter. Okay.
We
And
just need to ensure that it's in increasing order.
okay.
The linked list is, and you could assume that the linked lists are in ascending order.
Okay. And any constraints on the number k, like can k be like very large or very small, like 0 or 1?
Yeah, it could be super large.
Okay, so no, well, in terms of the minimum value of k, can it be 0, like no elements, or just one element,
It could
etc.,
it
etc.?
could be zero. It could be
Okay,
nothing.
okay, okay. So, couple of approaches. One approach is like a kind of a brute force, where assuming the length of the linked list is like more than k, sorry, more than 2. So, okay, one base case that I recommend, I'd write that if the length of my list's input is less than or equal to 1, then I just return the lists. Then I just return the first linked list because there's no sorting there anyway. There's no merging there with just one linked list or zero linked lists. So that's the one base case. And
Sure.
if there are two or more linked lists, what I'll do, the brute force is, uh, I'll take the first two, merge it. I have to merge again. So I have two pointers at the head of the two linked lists. Whichever is the smaller, add that value to your new linked list which you're merging, and increment the pointer of that linked list. And do that recursively, not iteratively, till one of the linked list ends or just throws a none. And if the remaining linked list, the next linked list has any elements, then just append those elements in your linked list, in your merged linked list. And once you do that between two, so now you have the merge linked list between the two. So use that merge linked list for the third one. You merge the merged one and the third. Then again you get some merged linked list. You do that iteratively for all the k linked lists. That's a brute force. And for that, complexity will be uh, maximum maximum length of linked list across all the k linked lists that I have into k. That's a brute force approach if you'd like me to try, or I can figure out a manual approach as well.
Is there a faster solution?
Yeah, but this is clear, right? I think.
Yeah, that solution is clear. Where
Okay.
you're just gonna take the first two linked lists, merge them, and
It
then
did
you're
and
gonna merge,
iteratively do that again.
and then you're gonna take the third one
Yeah.
and merge it with the one that's already merged. Then you're gonna go fourth one and merge it with the other
Mhm.
one that's already merged.
Yeah. Okay. So faster approach is you have your linked list, or let's say k linked list. I'll use a min heap for this. Min heap is the data structure I'll use. So min heap will give me two things: the value, minimum value across the first pointer of all the k lists, and whichever value is minimum, I just pop it out from my min heap, which will be at the top of a min heap, obviously. So that be when I pop it, I'll get the value plus I'll get the pointer of that linked list as well. So the pop value is minimum. I add that to my merge list and then increment the pointer of that linked list by one. If the next pointer does not exist, then just don't push anything to min heap
Mm.
and do all these operations iteratively in a while loop till the min heap exists or there are at least one element in the min heap.
Mm.
Does it make sense?
Mm. Okay.
So it's
Yeah.
similar to yeah,
All
like
right.
iteratively doing for all the linked list at the time. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and implement.
Okay. So def merge, I'll write ll for linked list. I'm given an input lists. So as I mentioned, if length of lists is equal to 1, then I just return the first linked list. If length is 0, then I just return. Okay, so even before that, should I initialize the linked list class, like linked
Yeah.
list?
Create
Uh,
create a class.
okay. Uh, def self val and next equals none. So self dot val equals val and self dot next equals next. So I think next is a keyword in Python, so I'll just use next.
Sure.
Okay, and when there are no elements, I'll just return none. Yeah, because yeah, no elements. So my merge linked list is none. So now I can ensure that at least I have two or more elements in my link, two or more linked lists in my input. So for that, I'll first initialize a dummy linked list, dummy which I'll use to merge. So I'll just make a better name for this: merged linked list.
Mm-hmm.
Why is this not showing up? Anyway, okay. I'm not sure why is
I
this
think
like.
it's like this.
Oh, okay. Oh, oh. Not sure why it's not showing green, but anyway, that's not the
Maybe just call
focus.
this node.
Okay, let's see. Weird.
Or
Okay.
that one. It should work. You're good. But
Oh, I
I
think
was
it's
just I just was saying.
fast actually. But anyway, yeah, that's not a concern for now. But yeah, anyway. Okay. Then, as at the end, I have to return the head of the merge linked list. So I'll keep track of the head in this dummy variable. That's the first thing. So now I'll create my min heap. So min heap is this. Can I assume that heap queue is already present in this code environment? Just import for now.
Import it.
Heap queue and heap queue.tpy min heap. So initially I want to add the first pointers of all the linked list in my min heap. So for
So what's your min heap gonna look like?
okay,
What are each
so linked list
what
will,
is each node gonna track in your
what
heap?
is each node gonna track? So okay, min heap will look something like this. Like each it's element for each linked list, I'll have the node dot val and the pointer. Let's say L1, then node dot val L2. So I'll have the value that corresponds to that pointer that I'm present at plus
Yep.
the linked list pointer itself because I need to increment it ahead.
Yep.
And when I increment it and when I push it again, I'll add the next, I'll add the value of the next pointer of the linked list that I'm incrementing. Does it make
Mm.
sense?
Yep. That makes sense.
Okay. Okay. So for ln lists, and I think you mentioned that all linked lists are valid, but I just write a case that if L, that means only if it exists actually, only then I'll push into my min heap, which is L dot val, right? And the pointer L itself. Yeah, I've pushed all the elements. Okay, so as long as my min heap exists now, so I just, as I mentioned, I do iteration. First element that I pop from my min heap will always be will always be the minimum out of all the elements. And when I do this, I'll have at most k elements in my linked list for this heap when I initialize. So yeah, and so I'll first get the minimum node and the list pointer from my heap. Hmm. And this is obviously the minimum across all the k linked list because the way min heap works. So I'll do merged linked list dot next equals node of min node. Node of minimum node. Yeah. So yeah.
Or do we
And
need to create a new node there?
sorry.
Do we need to create any new nodes? Let's just reorder the list using the initial node so we don't have to use up any extra space.
Could you repeat that? What do you mean by reordering the list?
Because you're creating a copy of the node.
Right. Yeah.
Let's
Okay.
just
I
let's
can
just use the
add the
same
list, right?
nodes.
Okay.
Let's
Yeah.
just use the
I can
same
just add
nodes.
the list. Yeah. And then I can do merge linked list. So I don't need this actually, right? In that case. But yeah, just keep it in case if I do equals this thing dot next. So I'm incrementing the pointer as well. So now if the next pointer of this current linked list exists, if next pointer next exists, only then I'll add the next element of that linked list. So which is list pointer dot next dot val and list pointer next. Let's see if it's correct. List pointer dot next. Yep. Okay. And this will happen as long as min heap exists. So even if one of the linked list, so if the linked list gets empty at this point, I would just won't add anything, right? Because my job with that linked list is done. So yeah. And at the end, I just return dummy dot next because initially I'm pointing to like a dummy node, but the actual head starts from the next node. So,
Okay. Go ahead and test it.
but how do I test this without like? Can I do a dry run rather? Like because I have to make a linked list.
Yeah,
If
just create some very basic link lists, and then
okay,
join them.
okay. So I'll just use the one in the example that I gave. Okay. 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 So I'll have L1 equals. So I should create the linked list. Okay, then I need to make the linked list. Okay. I can also make a linked list out of this, but so initialize our linked list node. So can I make any linked list? Like, should not be from this example, right?
Can you create a function that creates a linked list given an array?
Okay, given an array, right? Okay. Def create LL list. Okay. Vals and initially linked list is node is. So I'm assuming vals is always has at least one element. So val 0. And for val in vals of first, so next, so I've added the first element, so I'm just adding the rest. L dot next equals node of val and L equals L dot next. Yep, does that look good? Okay, so L1 is, let's say,
return L. That this just returns the end of the linked list, then, right? Or no?
Okay, then same logic. Okay, my bad. Dummy equals L. Yeah. Yeah, this should work.
Okay.
And initially it's I lists of 0. Let's see if it gives the correct linked list. So I'm not sure why it's showing this red underline, but hopefully it should run. Okay. Oh. Does not print anything. Weird. Okay, should I return the linked list class? It's weird, actually. Should work, ideally. Oh, okay. My bad, obviously. Okay, this should work. Yeah, there's some object created. L1.val.
So pretend you wanted to. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Pretend you created a node class here, right? Pretend you wanted to print a node. What would you do? You wanted to override printing a node. What would you do? As in, you wanted to, because you printed node initially and it just return a reference to the object, right?
Yeah.
Node. How would you make that that print statement cleaner?
Okay, like that's a programming logic in Python, right?
Yeah.
Like there's something called as L1 dot representation. I mean, for this I have to define the representation here in my class. Yeah, it should be
How would you
defined in
do
the
that?
class. So I have to define def repr and return self dot val. Is it? Let's see. Return non-string. So I'm slightly okay. It's a string. It should be int.
Return non-string. Well,
Yeah, because
return non-string because val is a int, right?
okay. So bound method.
Okay, let's just go like this.
Okay, this is
L1. There you go. So pretend I
oh,
wanted to print out L1. It's only printing one value. Can you print out
um,
the whole linked list?
like I can do it in a while loop though, if you want.
Sure. Yeah. Put a while loop there.
Okay.
Or why not just add that into a representation?
Okay, add the while loop to the representation.
Yeah. So we could just print out. If we just print out
Okay.
the first node or the first node in each one, we could see what the string looks like.
Okay, that way. Okay. So while self dot text out plus equals string of self dot val. Plus I'll also add this nice looking thing. Yeah. Oh, what? Okay, I'll remove this. Yeah. Oh, I didn't print L.
Stuck.
Oh, yeah, it's stuck. Okay, I didn't. My bad. Self dot next. Actually, so let's say d equals. So to define the linked list object. What?
You just go like self. Does that work?
Yeah, I've thought so. Does it work like that? Okay, let's see. Okay, self equals self dot next.
Self. Why not just D? Because we're iterating. I don't know. I don't know if that actually works.
Yeah, that's a very Python specific thing, I think.
I see. If it doesn't work, we could just recurse to the list and combine it. Wait. Okay, your representation. You start D as self. Well, self dot next.
Well, actually, it should be while d, right?
Yeah.
But I don't think we can reference a self
What
and
about D
change.
right here? What about D? Well, D.
Oh,
There you go.
okay. Okay, yeah, okay. Why is it 111? Okay, so shelf should be d dot valve. Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of debug. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah.
Okay.
So should I try it
Yeah.
out or
Create the other list and then run it on your algo.
okay?
See if it works. Yeah, we have extra time, so I want
Okay.
to test a lot of different things.
Okay. So I'll just do for this example, then we can figure out what to do for next examples if there's time. Okay, so now input list is essentially just L1, L2, oops, L3, right? Okay. Then I'll just print model of input list. See, not so good. Push.
I was seeing that error too.
Yeah, it's because I have to create a heap node for that, I think.
Where?
Like, uh, essentially, I've seen this error. So it's because heap sees all the elements as some int or float values, but this is not an int or float value, right? But I have to somehow reference the pointer because without that I cannot progress. So there is something called as class heap node. Like I'm not entirely sure about this.
Well, I think what's happening is it's comparing by values, but since the values are the same,
Ah, I see. Okay.
like since the values are the same, it moves on to the second element and tries to compare a node with a node.
Uh
I
huh.
think that's what's happening. Like example, if we had,
Yeah,
yeah,
I get
go
it.
ahead.
Yeah. So in this case, right, in the example itself, there is one and one. Where is it? In the first at line 75 or line 76 is one and
Right.
one.
Yeah.
So if it was one, one and one, it will see the linked list pointer, but obviously it cannot compare from the linked list pointer, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, so there's a clever hack for this in Python. I just saw this like a couple of days back. You create a heap node and you initialize it. Like, and I'm not don't totally remember the code. And there is something. There's some function here which you write. It's a function self other, and essentially it's like self return self dot val less than other dot val. So this is a very unique function name. Like it's and this is a property of I think heap queue, I believe. So it's a property of class heap queue. But yeah, and once we do this, I just do heap node of L. So this will handle everything essentially. Does it make sense? Like it's yeah.
Let's see if it runs.
No, it won't run because it's a specific name for this function, which I'm not sure.
Okay. What is? Let's think of a different way to solve this then.
Okay,
I think
okay.
there's simpler solutions to that.
Hmm. If all of them are equal, oops, then I can just see the next pointer of that if it exists. But yeah, that's not a good efficient solution. Okay, what can I do here? Somehow I have to add something here which is unique for all possible cases. So the next thing it sees is this one. Because when I reach a case, like if you see line 76 again, when I reach a case where I have 111, I don't care which pointer I choose. I just have to choose any one. So I just
Yeah.
want to choose any one of them. So I just have to add some sort of element here in between, like on line 129,
Yep.
that I can just choose anyone and just not get thrown out with this error. Does it make sense?
Yeah. So what are you gonna
That will be
choose there?
unique for every possible case.
Sure.
So not sure what to add there. Uh, can be a can be a globally running pointer. Let's say counter, for example, counter equals 0, then counter plus equal, because if it's similar, I don't care which one I choose. So counter
Okay.
value is just like a
Just have
dummy
the
for us.
index there. That makes sense.
And I'll have a counter. Oops. So I'll get this thing as well, but I don't care about this when I get it. And even here I'll do counter plus equals 1. So it's a global counter, right? So and when I do this, I'll add the counter here, and yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Let me see if it. Yeah, 1 1 2 3. Yeah, I think yeah, that's the output, right?
Nice. Nice. Pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I mean,
Let's see.
clever hacks, but yeah,
Cool. 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 All right. Yeah. How do you think you did?
yeah. I think this was my first mock interview actually. Like I just
Nice.
gave interviews before, so I think as a first mock interview, it was pretty motivating for me. I think it
Mm.
was, and I didn't expect the questions like the ones that you asked about strings and lists and about this heap node and all those different things to make a list, to have a representation, etc., etc. Those were pretty new, so I was scared about that, but I think it eventually just clicked me. So I think I'm pretty happy with the performance for the first mock interview.
Yeah, I think overall pretty good. Let me think about. I think the first question, or with both the questions, you did a good job at clarifying the questions.
Mhm.
When you explained the solutions made sense, um, which is good. You're able to communicate and tell me a solution that makes sense to me and was pretty much optimal. With the first question, you just messed up with the string
Mhm.
builder pattern. So make sure you know the string builder pattern
Mhm.
and so you don't run
Complexity, right?
into a bad runtime.
Uh-huh.
And then yeah, second question captured the base cases good clarifications. You understand sentinel nodes, which is good, or dummy nodes, which helps
What do you
make
mean
the
by sentinel
solutions,
nodes?
or using the dummy nodes essentially.
Okay, yeah, okay,
That,
yeah.
that's a good way to keep solutions clean. So they did a good job on
Mhm.
that. You're able to create a node class, build the linked list. Yeah, you understand how to do representation. You messed up a bit with the self, so figuring
Yeah,
out
I
how
did.
to build this representation, you required a
Mhm.
little bit of help to get that working. But overall, yeah, heap solution was pretty good. Clean code. Yeah, nothing
Even the
really.
counter implementation was like a clever hack.
Yeah, and I think that one part, yeah, the counter solution was good. You don't even need a actual to keep incrementing the counter. You could probably just like
Yeah, because it needs to be
have like
unique, right, for every possibility. So
yeah, but then it's already unique based on like the counter could actually just be like the
it's unique
list
for every
index.
linked list, right? Okay,
So if you
okay.
just used like X here and then just reused it here, pretty sure that would work. But that's just a
That's a
very
minus. Yeah. Oh, okay,
small
okay.
one.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, good job overall. I think yeah, definitely would be a pass for the interview.
Yep.
Strong
And
pass would just be just making sure to have to use a string builder pattern
okay.
and yeah, just less hiccups on some of the like the counter and the building the representation. But I
Mhm.
think overall pretty good.
It would that be a part of the interviews? Like, do they also care about all these things when you do a dry run?
Yeah, yeah, I would care because well, it's all depends on how good the other candidates do, right? And
Oh,
most
okay.
candidates, so if you did the first question, and the first question is fairly easy,
Mm-hmm.
so most candidates will actually solve it. But then
Mm-hmm.
if you couldn't identify the immutable part and all the other candidates could, then it would
Uh-huh.
be a negative on your
Oh, okay.
part.
Okay.
So just make sure that you do everything perfectly. That's the
Okay.
state of the industry right now.
Okay, makes
But
sense.
yeah,
Yeah, I think thanks a lot for the feedback. I think pretty good for the mock interview, and yeah,
cool.
hopefully I'll join again in the
All
future as
right.
well.
Good luck. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank
See
you.
ya.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Chat. Taking a quick break. Taking a quick 5 minute, 10 minute break. Let's see. And then we have more people. We have a ton of people coming on. Let me put a random video. $10. Okay, I'll be back. thing's tweaking. Something's up. Chat, we back. Let me test. One sec. Let me just reset up my sound. Hey, what's up?
Hello.
What's up? How's it going, fellow Canadian?
Yep.
Vancouver, BC. Let's see.
Are you from Vancouver as well?
I'm from Calgary, actually. So, yeah. I have family that lives in Vancouver, though. I actually moved to Vancouver when I first moved to Canada, so I know a little bit about Vancouver. Yeah, I love Vancouver. The weather is better, as in it doesn't snow, but it just rains more.
Yeah.
Do you like living there?
Yeah, honestly, because like the nature, the scene here, like everything. I think everything is honestly good about Vancouver.
Nice. Cool. Let's get into this. I'm gonna start up a video and we're gonna go straight into the coding interview.
All right.
Are you ready?
I think so. We'll see what happens.
Awesome. Cool. So, hey everyone. Today I have somebody joining in from Vancouver, BC, who actually goes to the British Columbia Institute of Technology. Where is that school based? Or yeah, where in Vancouver is it? Or is it even in Vancouver? Because BC is the province.
Yes. So there's like I think 5 campuses. There's one. The one I'm primarily located at for like the tech, like the computer science stuff, is either Burnaby, BC, or Vancouver, BC downtown.
I see. Where's your campus? Is Burnaby?
I usually alternate between downtown and Burnaby, but I think
Nice.
actually honestly majority downtown. Yeah.
Okay. What program are you taking there?
So it's called the Computer Systems Technology. That's kind of the name of their diploma, and that goes into their bachelor's, which is just a bachelor's of science, computer science.
I see. And then okay, so it feeds. Are you planning to take a full degree?
That's kind of what I'm just determining right now, because I'm kind of in an interesting situation where I might have the chance. For example, if I get a RO, I can finish my bachelor's part-time. So if that does happen, that's probably the route I'm going to take.
Yeah. Or as in get a full-time job and just keep chipping away at your bachelor's.
Yeah.
At it. Okay, that's cool. So what year are you in and what have they taught you so far?
So right now I'm finishing my second year. In terms of what they taught me, do you want to know like everything, or like is there specific areas like just
what computer science courses have you taken so far?
So taking like data structure, or the first level of data structures and algorithms. I've taken some computer architecture, Java, Python, object oriented.
Okay, nice.
C++.
Wow, teaching you a lot then.
Yeah, and then we have really good electives, so I was able to take like React, Vue, Angular, Node.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that sounds like a really good school actually. Super.
Yeah.
It seems also super applicable. Not like some
Yeah, that one's all about hands-on, like getting you ready for the job. So that's what I like.
That. Cool. So how has the leak coding been for you? How many questions have you done? How has it been to sort of ramp up on that?
It's been good. I think I've done about 120-ish questions. I feel like there is several areas where I feel like are weak that do need to improve on. I just haven't really gotten the chance to build upon that yet. That's more of something I'm looking to now.
Yeah. What are those weak areas?
Some of the weak areas, I think one would be graphs. I do have a somewhat of understanding of graphs, but it's definitely, I think I struggle with questions that kind of get a little more complex. Like number of islands is like fine for me, but rotting oranges was a bit more to wrap my head around. And then I had a TikTok OA the other day. They had I think it was a graph question. It was like placing Tetris pieces on a grid paper.
I see.
That one was pretty challenging. Um, and then I think sliding window, I didn't fully learn like proper ways of going about it yet.
Mhm.
So that one was a bit difficult for me as well, but I'm sort of learning, I guess, picking up more on it.
Yeah. So what's sort
I
of your
haven't
process for studying your certain
studied.
questions? Yeah.
So recently, what I've been doing is I've been, for example, using LeetCode, going through the data structure, learning the data structure, and then picking up some algorithms, and picking up any information that is in the curriculum from LeetCode, and then applying it, and then trying to solve, for example, blind 75 questions that are in that category, and trying to see if I can I guess come up with a optimal solution myself. And if not, then I'll obviously have a look and see what I can improve.
Okay. Cool. All right. I'm gonna send you the link then. Do you think that your school has? Oh, you're in. Do you think that your school has prepared you enough to actually learn lead code fast, or it's been kind of a struggle to pick up on lead code?
So for my data structure course, it was kind of like we covered like obviously hash map sets, but then after that we kind of touched on topics like they did a little bit of dynamic programming, a little bit of like this and that. There is supposed to be a more advanced one coming up that I haven't taken yet, but I didn't really, I guess, in a sense, learn too much because I was already kind of working with hash maps and sets, stuff like
I
that.
see.
Um,
Cool.
yes, yeah, I guess, yeah. But I guess before we begin, I should probably tell you that I do have an interview on Tuesday, which is
Nice.
why I wanted to do this mock.
Cool.
It's for SAP.
Nice. I know
And I
someone who
know
worked
that
there before.
yeah. And I know, I think they're known, since it's an intern position, they're known to ask questions like, I've heard like ransom notes, best time to buy and sell stock, to some stuff like that. Nothing too crazy. And then it's either, I think, two easies or one medium. I'm not sure.
2 easies and 1 medium.
Yeah, two
Okay.
easies or one medium. I guess it depends on the interviewer. But yeah, so that's kind of what I'm preparing for right now.
I see. Have you already done the best time to buy and sell stock question?
Yeah, so I've done that one.
Okay. All right. So I'll just give you the first question. I was about to ask you that question literally, but let's move on. Let's start with this question. This is the first question. Go ahead and read it, and let me know if you have questions.
Given a non-empty array of integers nums, every element appears twice except for one. Find that single one. You must implement a solution with a linear runtime complexity and use only constant extra space. Okay, so
I'll give you a few examples.
okay, so essentially we just search through integer array nums, looking for the only digit that isn't repeated.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Keeping it on. So it's, I guess I was asked some questions before I just started to try and solve this. So there's no chance of us having a non-empty array, correct? Since it states that we'll be given a non-empty array, just to be sure.
Yep. Non-empty array of integers.
Okay. Non-empty array of integers. Must be linear runtime complexity. Only use constant extra space. Okay. So the first, I guess, solution that came to my mind, which I guess would be the easiest, would be, I guess it wouldn't work in this situation, but I would say sort the array, and then you can iterate over it, checking if the number next to the one you're iterating over is equal to it. But that would not be a linear runtime complexity.
What would be the runtime complexity?
Since we're sorting, it'd be n log n.
Mm-hmm.
And we can't use an additional data structure to check frequency, such as like a hash map, because we can only use constant extra space. So I'm assuming this would probably have to be more of an in-place solution.
Let's. We don't need to use extra space. We can use extra space. Just linear time complexity. All I care is about time complexity here.
Okay. Time complexity linear. So right now I'm trying to think what would be. I'm thinking of maybe doing a approach where we can iterate over an array, storing the frequency of numbers in a different data structure, and then check in that data structure if there exists one that hasn't been repeated. I'm just trying to think of what would be the best approach for that. Since a set will only tell us if the number exists, but yeah, so a set will tell us if the number exists, but there's a case where we run to the end, and this actually. Yeah, but then it would be not to figure out the one that doesn't repeat. Which would be, okay, so I guess one solution that does come to mind right now, I know probably, I don't know if it's the most optimal, but it would be we can go through each one of these values. We can store the value and how many times it occurs in a hash map, and then we can iterate over the hash map's value entry list and find the one that isn't repeated. This should be linear since we're only iterating over the array once, and we're only iterating over the hash map values once. Yeah, I'm kind of blanking on other solutions, but that's the only one that's really come to mind right now.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Go ahead and implement that.
Okay, so I guess before I fully implement it, or actually, did you want me to go through some pseudocode first, or do you want me to just go straight into?
I think just go ahead and implement that.
Okay, and do you want function creation as well, or just the pseudocode for the?
We want working code.
Okay, it's working code. So let's say class. We'll call it solution, and in here we'll have our function.
Are we using Java or Python?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, this is Java. I should have
Okay,
mentioned that.
you want to switch to Java?
Yes. Okay. Java.
Okay, switching to the Java.
Yeah. And then I'll just get rid of this for now. Okay, and then okay, so then we want to return the.
But do we want to get rid of that main function? You eventually have to
Oh,
rewrite.
I mean, if you want to, yeah, if you want to run.
We want to run it. We want running code, working code.
Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna want to create a public function. It's gonna return int, which is the digit that we find, and we'll call this function return non-duplicate. I guess let's call that for now. Okay. So the approach I was talking about is first iterating over the list numbers, adding the frequency into a hash map. So first I'll just go ahead and create a hash map. So integer will be the value that the actual numbers in the number array. And the value would be the amount of frequency of that number. So we'll just call this, just keep simple nums map. This is this new hash map. And then we confirm that the integer num will be empty, so we don't need to check for that. Okay, so now I want to just iterate over this array. We'll just do for 0 as less than our nums less than our integer array nums dot length. So let's say if or there should be a okay, so we can just keep it simple. We can use nums map dot put, and then we can get the whatever the number is, nums I, and then for the value we can use nums map dot get or default. So essentially this will, if nums I exists in the map, then this will get whatever the current value is, which is the frequency amount. And then we can add 1 to it. But if it doesn't exist, we can just add, default it to 0, meaning it'll put it in the hash map and then initialize it to 0. So this would be nums I are 0, and then incremented by 1. So this populates our map with all the numbers, and then now we can go over this map. I'm not okay. So I think the call for this, I'm trying to remember what the actual call for this is, but it should be I can't remember if it's
What are you trying to do? Loop over through the values?
Yeah, so I remember in Java there was a function, I think it was hash map, it's like entry set
All
or
right,
entry.
on the top right, there's an AI assist, AI chat. Oh, it's currently offline.
Yeah,
What
I
is it?
think it's called entry set, but I'm not sure. Uh, look in,
Okay, try ask the AI. AI
okay,
assist.
look through.
Oh, where are you?
Actually, but hash map. Before I ask AI, I just want to process something real quick. Okay, so I can go over entry set. That gives me entry values. I can see.
Sorry.
You set in the hash map. I can see which value is equal to 1, but I'm just trying to determine how to return the actual key. Um,
It's fine to ask the AI because you could
yeah,
just ask the AI.
yeah, so look through hash map at Java. Is easy actually set. Okay, so map that entry. Okay, so I'll just do a map dot entry. And it's maybe integer and integer, and we'll put our entry in our numbers map dot entry set. Okay, yeah. So this is going to help us iterate over each entry in our map. Now we can see if, well, assuming, okay, so only one appears once. Okay, so we can just say if our entry dot get value equal to 1, and we can just return entry dot get key. So this should go over each entry, finding which value is equal to 1, which is our frequency, and then I'll return the entry dot get key, which is the actual number. The only thing that we would have that I'm not sure if they'll complain, but I think it wants us to add just to prevent the function from complaining. I'm just going to add a integer result value here. And then instead of returning, I'm just going to say result equals, and then just return result.
Well, we know all elements except for one appear twice.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm just doing this because in Java, it's going to complain if I can return it here, but if I don't have a separate return on here,
I see.
it's going to complain. And I couldn't say like return -1, but I don't.
Yeah.
Just for like, I guess, code reasons, I just think it'll be safer just to do result and then return the result.
Makes sense. Cool. Run it and see if it works.
Okay.
On the examples.
Or run it on these examples. Sorry. So you would like okay. Let's see. I'm just gonna delete this for now, or actually I'll just cross this out for now. Okay, so I'm gonna create a and then s dot and then we'll pass in and this is complaining because the method so this is complaining fix that, and then we can wrap this in here. And then for now, I'm just gonna run the one case and let's see if that runs. Yeah, so we got result of 1.
Nice.
And then we'll go 4, 1, 2, 1, 2. And then that'll result a 4, yep. Then yeah, just 1, which should just be 1. Okay, yeah.
All right. Okay. I'm gonna move on to the second question. You can comment out this function. So yeah, this is the second question.
Okay. So
we're pretty much going to be given an array of integers representing the daily temperature. We need to return an array such that the answer of each element is the number of days you have to wait before you get a day that's warmer. So for example, for 73, you only have to wait 1 day until it's warmer because the next day.
Okay.
74, you only have to wait 1 day because the next day is 75. How many days you have to wait? 1, 2, 3, 4 days to hit something. So yeah, just fill in the output array like that.
Okay. We can array. Okay, so just before I get into this, is there a chance that the temperatures array could be empty?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just gonna take note of that. It could be empty. Is there any time or space complexity constraints?
Let's just have the most optimal algorithm you can think of. I'll tell you if it's too slow.
Okay. Okay, and okay, so I think the brute force solution that comes to mind would be having a nested loop. So I could say for I and compare every number in the array after I to see which one is the first one that's greater. And then I can store in the result array the index, in this case, we'll call it J. Actually, that wouldn't be the J. It would be how many days. So that would be J minus I. And then that'll be the distance, so days that we have until the temperature is warmer. That would have a time complexity of n squared, since worst case scenario we iterate over the whole list for every single n.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then the space complexity for that would be of n, but I think space complexity isn't too much of an issue here since we're returning an array anyways. Yeah, so that would be my brute force solution. I'm trying to think of a solution that might be more optimal. Um, so moving forward. Here. Okay, so I'm trying to think of if there's a way to do this backwards. That way we can keep track of days ahead and work our way backwards. There's
What are you thinking? So what's the? So your initial solution is O van squared.
yeah.
So yeah, why are you thinking about looking at it backwards then?
The reason I'm thinking about looking at it backwards is so we know that 73 will have a day before. We don't have to worry about 73 having a day ahead that's warmer, so we can use this as our base. And then we can work our way backward to see, oh, okay, so we're at 76. It's a day that exists ahead that meets our requirement. If it doesn't, then we just, I guess, have an O of n solution working our way backwards, storing whether if there is a day, what is the distance, and or zero otherwise. Yeah, so that's kind of the headspace I'm in right now. I'm just trying to process some issues that we might run into as yeah. I guess just for sake of time, I might just want to code out the brute force first just to have a solution down.
Let's try to get the optimal here.
Okay.
Quadratic will be too slow.
Okay.
I want something faster than n squared.
Okay. Okay, so I'm trying to think if this would work. So what I'm thinking is we can kind of have like a two-pointer approach where we can see if so we can have our left pointer here and then we can have a right pointer. Now they'll keep moving forward as long as it's not big enough to fit this requirement. And so, for example, let's just say this was like 72. So the pointer would be, for example, the right pointer would move here.
Mm-hmm.
And then we would compare, okay, we finally have our match. 73 is bigger than 75. And then once we still have this big number, we can keep comparing every element up to it until we have to move it again. But
So you're gonna have one pointer, say left, and then a right. We're
Yeah.
gonna move right until match, and then we're gonna say, okay, the result of that is 2, and then we'll keep moving this up.
keep moving it up until right isn't sufficient anymore. But I feel like we would run into a couple issues with that because, for example, if we get to 76 and there was like 4 numbers here, for example, they're all 73, it will just eventually keep going. But actually, that might still work since it will just be 0, 0.
Well, like if we have 71 here and we find 76,
Yeah.
we say there's 4 days until 71, right? But then we go to 69, we'll say there's 3 days until there's something
Right.
greater, but it's only 1 day.
I forgot it has to be the next day, right? Or first day.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I don't know, I feel like I'm overlooking something here. Like this would be a lot easier than I think. Or yeah.
Well, could you explore the solution working from the back? How that would work that you're mentioning?
Yeah, I was saying that starting from the end,
Okay,
we can
start from the end.
yeah, so we could work our way backwards. So like we would see so this has no since this is the last variable, we know it's gonna be 0 because there's no days ahead. And then we would move over to 76 and we know that there's no number like this is bigger, so we move backwards again. The only issue with that is I'm fine with just moving one increment, like just incrementing backwards like that, but I'm just contemplating how I would move the second pointer backwards and keep track of that.
So you're gonna have you're thinking of doing 2 pointers here?
Or no, I'm just thinking about how I would keep track of which so for example, like if I hit 70 or let me see. Well, all these, for example, if this was 71 or yeah, if this was 71, so if this was, for example, 71, and okay, so this is 0, this would be 1, this would be 72, right? So this doesn't fit it, but I'm just determining how I would tell this number that this number exists.
Yeah, is there any maybe data structure that we could use?
So I don't think set would work here because the set only stores the existence of numbers, and like I'm not sure if we can actually check if there's a number greater that exists in there. So I don't think that's a viable solution. We could actually. Okay, so. Okay, so. I think we actually might be able to use for the stack here. So I think we would. I'm just trying to process it. I think we would just push.
Yeah, sounds a bit promising. Maybe using a stack.
Yeah, I'm just trying to process how to keep track of things. So we could keep track. I would probably push in temperatures. And then okay, so I would start by just pushing in every valuable stack, but as we're iterating over the list, I can check if the current I is greater than what's in our stack, I would say.
Should you push every element into the stack? Like,
oh no, sorry, not every element into the stack, but I would push elements into the stack and check if whatever I is, for example, so if I have these pushed in and I is here, I would check if whatever's at the top of the stack is less than where I is. And then I would use that to determine. So, for example, we push 33 or 73 in, and then we push, and then we go over here. We're like, okay, is this value, temperatures I, is it greater than 73? So no, it's not. So we would go here. Now this is where I is. We'll say, okay, is 75 greater than the first value in actually would yeah, if that value is greater than 73, and it is, so then we can use that. But I'm trying to think of how we get the index. The index would be yeah, I guess we could have a pointer for wherever we're currently at. And then, so for example, yes, we have stack here, and then the I equals 0. So this is the one we're working with right now. So we add this. Since our stack's empty, we add the first element, then we go here and we say, okay, is actually, I'm wondering if, because that's the last one, so FQ might be better in this situation if I'm doing.
We're actually
Actually,
at time now. With 20
okay.
minutes. All right. How do you feel about it? Like how do you think you did on the interview?
I think I did better in the first question for sure. The second one, I don't know, I started kind of blanking and I just forgot like resources I could have used, such as like a stack or a queue or whatever other data structure. I was kind of more like, my mind was still on the hash map set space.
Yeah.
So I think being stuck in that headspace kind of drove me into like kind of like a hole, and I was kind of struggling to think of a more optimal solution.
I see. Let's okay. Yeah. So okay, let's talk about question 1 first. I think it did a good job with understanding the arrays, clarifying the question. You mentioned the hash map solution, but I think what the main thing here would just be getting that algorithm done way faster than you did it, because I counted we started at around, or it took almost 20 minutes to completely implement the code. So I think just getting through it a lot faster will give you better chances at your interview, because especially if they give you an easier question, they would want you to solve it like pretty fast.
So by solving fast, are you referring to the coding portion or the coming up with the algorithm, or both?
For both, I think, being able to code it fast. So I would say you should be able to solve that question between 5 and 15 minutes, and then you should be confident that I think what happened is you weren't really confident with this hash map solution. You were thinking maybe there's something faster at first. So I think, it all just comes with a lot of practice, but you should be able to identify the solution faster. And you identified it, but you were a little bit unsure about it. But being able to cycle through different possible solutions, and then understand for sure that the solution that you have is gonna work, and then implement it really fast. So that all comes with just practice.
Okay.
So I think even with the second question, you're having trouble iterating through different possible solutions, and then finding one that works. So I think it's all about just practice again for that. You had a question?
Yeah. I was gonna say, because originally for the first question there was a space complexity constraint. So what would have been the optimal solution in that sense?
There's like, it's a weird bitwise one. That's why I quickly removed it when I realized it. So, but yeah.
Okay.
That's not. I wouldn't ask that question in an interview. So that's why I removed it as fast as I could. But yeah, I think you solved it. The solution is clean. It would just be implementing it a lot faster. Because if you look at it, you should be able to implement that pretty fast. That question. Second question is more just being able to iterate through all of the possible solutions faster. The way to solve this question is actually using like a monotonic stack. Like, and the way I like to do is go from the back. So, I would just take a look at that. So how would you do that is pretty much you'll just look at 73, because essentially for each one, you just kind of need to know what's the next largest number to my right.
Okay.
So if you move backwards, you should be able to figure that out. So 73,
Yeah.
you put that into stack. Should be monotonically decreasing. Oh yeah, okay. And then you see 71.
Uh-huh.
71. There's something larger than 71 to the right, which is 73. So you could pop 73 out. Or I think you could keep 71 on. Something like that. I need to work through the solution again, but the solution would be like a monotonic stack, and I like to work from the back on that
Because
question.
my only concern, because I was kind of thinking that direction, but my concern was I took 76 out here, right? So what if there's the case where we popped these numbers, for example, and we came to 75 and these no longer exist?
When you pop 76?
If 76 was in here and we got this out of our stack and then we hit 75.
Yeah. So let's explore. So how I would work through this solution, I'd be like, okay. How I solved this the first time when I saw was that what I just need to know was what is the element to my right? What is the first element to my right that's larger than me, which is 76? That's why I came with the idea to work on it from the back.
Yeah.
So let's explore different ways we can generate the solution from working from the back. Let's remove 76. So we put 76 here. Maybe store its index or something. If we go to 72, that's 1 day. Maybe we could store the index of here. So let's track the index here. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we could maybe just store in a tuple the 76 in index 6. 72 is less than 76. So it would only take 1 day, right? So maybe we just put 72 here. And then let's just move over to something like, let's remove, okay, wait, let's go 69. So it's monotonically decreasing.
Yeah. I actually just thought of a solution.
Okay, what's your solution you're thinking?
I'm thinking like, what if we worked backwards and we stored this largest solution, so 76, and we kept checking these numbers, and we know that if these numbers are greater than 76, there doesn't exist a solution or a day. But if we come across a bigger number, so for example, if this was like 80, this would be 0, but now the new highest number will be 80, and we would work our way backwards using that, if that makes sense.
I'm not sure if I understand that solution.
So yeah, I'll try to, okay, so let's start with 76, right? So 76, we can like, for example, we have it stored somewhere like this, highest equals 76. So we know, okay, now we go to 72. Is 72 less than 76? Yeah, so we add like 1. Is this less? Yeah, 2. Is this less? 3. So if this is, for example, 80, we know that the largest number that we've come across so far is 76. So there doesn't exist a number that is big enough for 80. So we write 80 as 0 in our array, in our array, result array. And now we update highest to 80. So now we know that this is the highest number we come across. So if there doesn't exist a number like at 72 or 73 that's not greater than 80, then it's probably going to be...
we have 76 here, right? So we're saying this has a 0, this has a 2, this has 1 day, or this has 1 day to wait, and this has 2 days to wait. But that's not the case. It only has 1 day to wait because the next day is bigger. So you need to keep that. That's why you can't just track the highest value.
Okay.
So, yeah, you need the stack here because pretend we just put in 69. Now we go to 71, right? Now we go to 71. 71 is 69 higher than it? No. So we can pop that out the stack. Is 72 higher than it? Yes, it's higher than it. How far is it away? It's only 2 days away if my index is 3. So
Yeah.
and then we could just add 71 here. So you kind of need a stack to capture all the intermediate values. Because just maintaining the one highest doesn't work. But yeah, that's kind of the solution.
Okay.
Go ahead and try that one. I'll send over the question because people in the chat are asking what that question is.
Okay.
I've
I
asked
think I
this a few
have
times.
solved this before. I just can't remember what solution I used because I don't recall using a monotonic stack. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how. Actually, I'm not really sure if I actually ended up solving it, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's like,
Yeah.
yeah, cool. All right. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah. Thanks again for the interview.
No problem. All right. See ya. Bye. All right, chat. We got one more person. We got one more person coming on. But it's in an hour, so I'm going to take a quick break. It's not loading.
Why am I huge?
Shout out to Cody with Minmer. He's a
Yeah,
legend.
shout out to that guy.
Hold up. Give me a sec. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back on. Trying to find it good. I'll be back on. Okay, this is gonna good. This is a good one. Hey everyone. I'll be back. So we're gonna run this guy right here. So we're pretty much gonna be given a list of accounts, right?
Okay.
It's gonna look like this. This is the input. So we're gonna be given a list of accounts. This is account 1, account 2, account 3 here. So the first element is the name of the account, and then they have a bunch of emails, right? So what yeah, I'm just gonna post in the rest. So it's a name. Each element is a name, and the rest of the elements are emails. So we want to merge the specific account, right? And we want to merge accounts that belong to the same person, and they belong to the same person if they share email. So look at 54 and 55. Are these two accounts the same?
Yeah, these two are the same because they share this johnsmith@mail.com.
Okay. What about this last guy? Is he the same John as the other one?
No, he is not the same John because he doesn't share any common emails with any other John.
Okay. So basically what we need to do is we need to output the final result here. Like this. Where you see how in the first one we have you see what they're asking here, right?
Yeah.
So the first one is the first John, but now all of their accounts are merged. The next one's Mary, and then the third one is just John, but it's not the same John as the other one. So write an algorithm that can take a bunch of accounts and return this as the output.
Okay. So like, just to clarify the input, would there ever be the case where like, or I guess what would happen if like we have like a John with john00@mail.com, and then maybe Mary also has an email named john00@mail.com. Is this like a possible input?
No, like a person can have any number of accounts, but all of their accounts have the same name.
All of their accounts have the same name. Okay, gotcha.
Like this, it won't be the case that Mary has like John here.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna take a minute to think.
Sure. What are you thinking? Like, what comes to mind?
Yeah. So, like, when I'm looking at this problem, it looks like we need to use like something. Well, operations to its sets, and then maybe like union them, or like finding like what if they even have any elements in common, and then if they do, like we want to merge them, kind of. But like, if I want to process this input, what I can do is say like, if we've seen, if we go through every email, and then if we've seen this email before, we can find like the account that is associated with, and then immediately just append all remaining emails that's associated with this name into that existing account that we have. But I'm just wondering like how we might be able to do that. Like if we had like a dictionary where we have like an email, where the key is an email, and the value might be a user ID or something, just so that we can avoid like overlapping Johns that might be different. So like for example, this if we process this account first, we might have johnsmith@mail.com associated with like user ID 1, which is a John, and then we also associate this email with that. And then when we come to process this account, we see that we have johnsmith@mail.com again. So we have an existing associated like user value. So any remaining emails should just go into this account, and then we can kind of organize it into a data structure in this manner. Does this approach kind of make sense to you?
So you're gonna be using a hash map, or like what are?
Yeah, I'm gonna be using a hash map with the key as like an email, and then like the value is going to be like a user ID, and then we also maintain like maybe a user ID to a name.
Okay. Can you walk me through that? I still don't completely see if it's gonna work.
Yeah. I'm not too sure myself. I'm just kind of thinking out loud. So like if we were to go through receive this account input, we want to kind of process these in order, and then we're gonna first identify that we have some user named John, and then we're gonna go through like all of his emails and see if we have like an account that is associated with this email prior, and if we do, we're just gonna immediately add all remaining emails to like the set. But if not, then what we should do is assign a new user ID to John, and then say like, okay, one is John's user ID, and these are his emails. But like I guess this doesn't work, because if we have like, let's say we have like John with johnsmith@mail.com and John_New York@mail.com, and we eat in another John with like, sorry, I'm just gonna reorganize like this, or copy this input. This is demonstrate an example. If we have like 3 John accounts, and the first one has johnsmith@mail.com, and the second one is also like John with this email, and then we eat in this third account, then I guess we would have to merge these 2 existing accounts if we were to use like my approach. So I guess this doesn't work. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So what are you thinking? Just keep thinking. Just keep going like that. I like how you're thinking.
Yeah.
You just need to get to the approach. Like you're making some progress.
Yeah. I think like something that would work is like, if we consider it as like a graph.
Sure.
We can say like.
There's a whiteboard here too, by the way.
Oh yeah. Okay. So if we have like this, this is cool. So we have like a John here, and then if we have like johnsmith@mail.com, we know that like this belongs to like, let's say it belongs to this blog. And then if we have like a john00@mail.com again, we know that there's like another blog. And then if we have this third account that's in this like input over here,
Yeah.
and we have johnsmith@mail.com and john_New York mail@mail.com, we
Mhm.
can kind of like make the association where we draw like, okay, we have already seen both these emails, and they point to these accounts, and then we know that like later on we're gonna have to merge all of these together. So like I guess we can maybe construct like a forest from that, and then union all the emails that of associated accounts, and then find like all the accounts combined together. Does that kind of make sense?
Okay, so how are we gonna construct this forest? Like, I posted down here. We have
Down where?
like, how are we gonna construct this forest? I just need more specifics on that.
Yeah. Okay, so I was just gonna take them to. Okay, so like let's say we have a bunch of accounts as inputs. We're just
Yeah.
gonna immediately make like associated like identifiers for each account, and then also say like it's kind of tricky.
Which part?
I don't know. This implementation that I'm thinking of seems like way too complicated for what the question's asking. So basically, I want to just have like an associated like account number for every account that I eat in, and then every time I also want to populate my hash map with like an a email and what account it's associated with, and then basically whenever I see a new email, I want to see like, have I had this email before, and if so, then I'm gonna point my account to whatever account belongs to that, and then in the end, I kind of want to like do a graph traversal of each tree or like each component in my graph, and then merge all the accounts or merge all the emails into one account. But like, I don't know, it just seems like overkill for what the problem is asking. I'm sure like there's
I mean, you're going to
a better
the
way.
right approach, but I'm just not understanding the ID part. Like, could you just repeat that and be more specific?
Like, let's say for every account, we want to
Yeah.
eat in, because since these names aren't unique, like it's hard to make an identifier for like an account. So every account that we eat in, we might say like this first one is 1, second one is 2, third one is 3, fourth one 4, and so on and so on.
Sure.
So then later on, like if we want to point an email to another account, we won't have to say like this is pointing towards like John. If we have like multiple Johns, if it's pointing towards like account 4, and we know exactly what account 4 like represents, then we can like extract the contents from there and then merge the emails.
Okay. I think the ID part. I mean, we can get to it, but like, how are you gonna figure out which emails belong to each other? Like, how do you group the emails? Because that's essentially what the problem is asking, right?
How are we going to group the email?
Exactly. Because we need to return a group, like, in the final output, we need to group all the emails and then just assign them John. Like, I mean,
Yeah. I'm wondering like, is there a way we can like maybe sort the inputs so that we can ensure that emails can, or like we can have like a larger group come before a smaller group, so that way we're not like, when we merge later on, we're not creating like two divergent groups.
Let's just work through a very small example, right? Let's do this example right here, but let's move. Like, what should be the output here? Right?
Yeah, so the output for this is John's. The output for this is going to be like a solo account for this John, and then this John is going to merge with this John as well.
Let me add this.
Yeah, so
What would be the solution?
the solution for this would be like all the Johns mixed into or merged into one account. So it'd just be like John with the John Smith email plus the John _ New York plus the John00 @mail.com account. I think like maybe what we can do is like basically whenever we see an email that we've seen before, we're gonna merge that account into ours. So then that way, like if we ever have the case where we have like this smaller account, then this other smaller account, and then this bigger account, we can just, when we reach this, we can populate this bigger account with, or we can just get rid of the smaller account and get rid of this other smaller account by like union merging the sets of emails from the previous accounts. So I think we can kind of do that as we go along. Maybe I might like write out like a little blurb of text just to explain kind of what I'm thinking. So basically, for each input account, associate email account for each new input. If we see an email we previously processed, merge that account into ours. Merge that account into ours. So I kind of want to now think of like how I want to do. So merge that, and then at the end we should have a hash map of accounts with unique emails. Process that to formatted accounts, and then like implementation, you can use like use map email to an ID in one of the maps, and then the ID maps the ID to a list of. We can do like.
Seems like you're like thinking of like a union find or something. Are you familiar with that at all?
Yeah, union find, like it's.
Have you implemented it before?
Like, I haven't implemented it before. Like I'm taking algorithms right now, so we like kind of learned about it last month, but I guess I didn't study hard enough for that data structure. Union find has like a parent, like find if it has a parent, and then like union two different components within a graph, right?
Yeah, I mean let's go back to the drawing board. Like,
yeah.
What is there a way that we can think of this as like a graph? Pretend we have like three different pretend. I'll just give you a like. Let's remove these emails because it makes it harder.
Okay.
Pretend John has email 1. John has email 2 here.
Yeah.
And maybe 3. And then we say this other John has email 3 and 5. If we think about this as a graph, right? We have one John with email 1, one with email 2, and 3. And another with 3 and 5. Right?
Uh-huh.
You see how like building a graph might lead, like how many different accounts will be here?
It's just gonna be like 2 accounts.
Yeah. And then like which ones
Like
belong?
John
Yeah.
1.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not like, to be honest, I'm not familiar with like the implementation of a unified
I mean,
data structure.
this would just be like a simple DFS, right? Like finding connected components in a forest.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, so I guess like we could just go through.
We back. Uber L4. Where is this? Oh, this is in India. Testing audio. Okay, audio is working. Weekly contest. Damn, people finishing these questions in like 2 seconds. In 2 minutes. Let's kill some time working through some leak code questions. You're given an n by n matrix grid and 3 integers x, y, and k. The integers x and y represent the row and column indices, the top left corner of a square submatrix, and the integer k represents the size. Your task is to flip the submatrix by reversing the order of its rows vertically. Okay. Okay. Wow, finally an easy question on one of these. On one of these contests. So I think all you need to do is start from x and y. And then just add k. Minus 1. So 0, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Then just flip. We can write a subfunction called reverse. Because all we need to do is flip each column. X, Y. Flip each column will be top. Or let's just do top, bottom. And then also we'll be given the grid. And the top and bottom. While top is less than equal to bottom. What we're gonna do is top plus equals 1, bottom minus equal 1. But we're gonna flip them. We're gonna say grid we're gonna be given a grid and the column. The column stays still, but what we're gonna do is grid. We're gonna do the flip. So top They're gonna stay at the same column. Do the flip. My bad. I came back to solve some leak code questions. I'm on the road to 1,000 leak code solve. I'm about 300 something away. So we need to loop through the different columns. Columns here, columns here. So if X is the top left, exactly. So X is the rows, Y is the column. So we need to loop through the columns. Okay, so we're gonna do for column in range Y to Y plus K. What we're gonna do, are bootcamp grads still getting jobs or not really? I don't know. I haven't seen that many bootcamp grads. I used to see more, but I'm seeing less, but honestly not sure about that. What we're gonna do is we're gonna do self dot reverse column. We're gonna pass in the grid. Then we're gonna pass in, what's the column? Column here. Top is X, because that row never changes. We go X minus something like that. Should be able to reverse. Quick one. You're given an integer array nums of length n. Yeah, honestly, I'm not too tuned in with the bootcamp stuff, which is why it's hard for me to know. But I know a few back in the days in some of my past companies, we had some really good bootcamp devs. But I feel like per company, per startup, I only saw a few. Like out of 20 engineers, it'd be 1 or 2 boot campers. Is a okay. So you're given an integer array nums of length n, where nums is a permutation of the numbers in the range 0 to n minus 1. It's like, make sure I have my check my phone real quick. I need to charge my phone. Loki about to die. It's all G. So you may swap elements at indices I and j only if nums I and j is equal to k, where and denotes the bitwise and operation. Did I solve this question already? Where and denotes the bitwise equals k. What's k? Are you given k? k is a non-negative integer. Return the maximum value of k. What? This thing asking. 28%. So you're given an integer array nums of length n, where nums is a permutation of the numbers in the range 0 to n minus 1. Sure. You may swap elements at indices I and j. So we could do some swap. Only if equals k, where and denotes the bitwise and operation, k is a non-negative integer. Okay, so if you can swap them if they don't return 0. Return the maximum value of k. What's up? What's up? I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself? Return the maximum value of k such that the array can be sorted in non-decreasing order using any number of such swaps. If num is already sorted. Okay, let's look at the examples. Choose k equals 1. Swapping nums 1 and nums 3 is allowed since nums 1 and nums 3 0, 1. This thing asking. I have somebody coming from Stevens Institute of Technology in about like 30 minutes. So I'm just doing some leak code in between. I don't even know what this question is asking though. Okay, we need choose k equals 1. Okay. Return the maximum value of k such that the array can be sorted in non-decreasing order using any number of such swaps. If nums is already sorted, return 0. Okay. So yeah, I have a list. Let me send you. Dude, I'm just bored. That's why I'm doing leak code. And I wanna get really good at leak code. That's the thing. But if you wanna be part of my this is how people get in my interview. They book in my calendar. Yo, what's up? How are you always grinding leak code? Well, I'm just trying to learn more questions so that I can ask people. How many questions should someone do to have a chance at your mocks, you think? To have a chance at my mocks? I don't know. I feel like the percentage of people who've been passing my mocks is pretty low. I would say maybe 500 questions. Let's see. But depends on the person. Same, I'm not good enough at leak code. But it doesn't matter about passing or failing my mock. It just matters that you hop on and you learn something and you try. Because you'd rather, it's better if you fail at my mock than go into an interview and fail in the real interview. Would I pivot? It depends, honestly. Working at like a fan company, you get a lot of money for for better work life balance than a quant sometimes. Because quant, I've had some friends who worked at a quant or know about people who worked in quants. Like if you ask around, a lot of the times it's a stressful job because you need to be awake and working when the market is open. So I don't really like waking up at 7 a.m. and not taking breaks all the way till 4 p.m. And I heard the technical challenges at fan companies are more complicated than the ones at some of the quants. But honestly, that's just what I heard from other people who... There's a lot of people who switch between the two. Have you looked into AI research, doing papers on the side? Maybe. Mostly what I've been spending most of my time on is this YouTube on the side. Other than that, I just do a lot of work, and then whenever I have free time, go to the gym, then also continue building the YouTube channel. But I've never really tried breaking into quant. But maybe I'll try. I'm not too familiar with the low-level C++ stuff, honestly. Any tips on cracking Fang as an intern this cycle? Well, the first step is to know that Fang companies are gonna start releasing their postings soon. So having your resume ready for it and beginning to start practicing leak code yesterday essentially will have your chances as high as possible. Go for it. Well, the thing is, how much more is the quant firm gonna pay me than I currently make? That's the thing. So if they're only gonna pay me a little bit more than what I make, then I feel like I wouldn't want to switch. Cause when you get to the higher levels at a fan company, you get pretty good money, and I heard the work-life balance is pretty good, and the work-life balance has been pretty good, honestly. And I heard the work-life balance at a quant firm could be really bad. So, I mean, maybe I'd do it, but it would have to make sense. If you know what I mean. Yeah, exactly. Also, the thing is with companies like Meta's and other tech focused firms is you're building, or a lot of these companies are building, especially Meta's building foundational models, so you get to see what it's like to build a foundational model and all the things that go into it, right? I don't want to be building algorithms to trade on the stock market, honestly. That's not really my thing, and it's kind of niche. I don't really like looking at stocks. I obviously invest in some stocks, but it's not really my thing. I'm more really into, like, I like AI, and I like to see how foundational models are being built from behind the scenes, and I want to stay super tech focused. I don't want to get into like stock market algorithms and stuff like that. Does that make sense? That's kind of my rationale. If I'm not Fang, should I try grinding a certificate? I've never done a certificate in my life. I would just focus on projects and lead code and networking. I've never done a certificate, but I mean, it might not hurt. I'm not sure. I've never done one, and I was able to land good roles. Any tips on getting past OAs? I got several OAs, but still can't get past that. Man, that's the thing. OAs are always harder than the actual interviews. It's pretty much all about just practice and making sure. So, the best way to actually do well in OAs is try to figure out what exactly they're gonna ask you, so that when you get the OA, you're not get caught off by surprise. that happens a lot of times with regular. Pretend I'm doing an interview for Meta or interview for Google. What I'm gonna do is try to figure out what questions they're gonna ask me and then study those questions. The same thing that happens with OA. Try to figure out what they're gonna ask by digging through LeetCode, Glassdoor, Reddit forums, etc. Joining communities, just trying to figure out what they're gonna ask and then studying what you think they're gonna ask you. Do you know anything about embedded systems? I worked at an embedded systems company for a little bit, but honestly, I don't know too much. What do you think of referrals right now? What I think about referrals is I've never had too much luck with referrals, to be honest. But people say it helps, but I've never had too much luck with referrals. I've gotten Google referrals before and still never was able to get a Google interview. If my major is general engineering, should I have my education at the bottom of my resume when applying to SWE roles? I'm an incoming. Well, if you're still in school, how to teleport, make sure that in your resume, your education is the very first thing that shows. Any tip for JP new grad? What's JP? What's a JP new grad? Oh, JP Morgan. What do you mean? Any tips? Like any tips for how to be successful? How to move up fast? Is that what you're asking, or how to succeed in your role? Is that what you're asking? Just for prepping for interviews in general? Well, I'm not sure what the JP Morgan interview process is like, but in general, for prepping for interviews, first off, what I do is when I land the interview, then I just start researching that company to figure out what the interview process is gonna look like and what questions they like to ask. The fewer the surprises, the better. It's the same thing as studying for any test. Pretend I was studying for any sort of test, like a SAT test or a math test at school. What you would do is try to figure out what are the topics that they're probably going to cover. Maybe look at some of the tests that came in the previous years. You want to only study what you think they're going to ask you if you want to be as efficient as possible. So when it comes to prepping for interviews in general, figure out first land those interviews and then dig into each company to figure out what they're going to ask you and try to predict what they're going to ask you and study those specifically. That's the most efficient way that I found to study. So if I'm going to study for Google, for example, and I know they like to ask dynamic programming questions, then I'll study more dynamic programming questions. Companies like Meta don't really ask dynamic programming questions. So if you study a lot of dynamic programming questions, you're going to waste a lot of time. So it's all about predicting what they're going to ask you in the interview, and that's the most efficient way to be ready. Any good study schedule you recommend? Like if you were me, would you study 2 hours a day? When I was studying for LeetCode, when I first started LeetCoding, I would study probably like 5 to 10 hours a day studying LeetCode. But it all depends on how much time that you're willing to sacrifice. It's all about, because if you're studying 5 to 10 hours a day, you're pretty much spending your whole day studying. And you have to sacrifice other things, and it's pretty much on you to figure out, is this sacrifice going to be worth it in the future? So when I decided to just lock in and study long periods of my day, the main reason was I was barely getting interviews. So if I could get it, so I just wanted to make sure if I got an interview, I didn't fail it, because I wasn't that top of a recruit. I was only getting some interviews, so I wanted to make sure that if I do get an interview, I'm gonna get it for sure. So that required me to just work longer hours and do way more questions than the average person. And for me, I thought it was worth it because I wanted to land that job, and I wanted to land a good job, and I wanted to make sure that like I had a good career. Career was important for me. But what I was doing honestly is in a day, what I would do when I was studying for new grad was I would try to do maybe 5 to 8 hours of lead code, and then maybe 2 to 3 hours or 1 to 3 hours of system design, and I would just do that every day, every day. Another question: did you have a job lined up before graduating? I had a job lined up before graduating, but probably I only locked it in 2 to 3 months before I graduated, which is still a good heads up. But yes, when I graduated, I already had a job. But like I mentioned before, you should start applying for companies. Like if I'm graduating in June or July, um, if I'm graduating in June or July, I would start applying like August before that. How are you not Grandmaster? I don't know, man. I'm not that talented. But I would do 5 to 8 hours lead code in a day, only for like 2 to 3 months. I never went through like a year. I never did lead code for a whole year straight, or anything like that. Like I'll show you my lead code history when I was actually. Let's see, 2021. When did I graduate? So I graduated in. I've started my first job in June. Right, I started my first job in June 2021. So you could see that I already started prepping for lead code literally a whole year before I started that job, because people start releasing internships in August, September, October. So you kind of had to start lead coding here. So when you start applying for jobs in August and September and you start getting interviews, you're going to be somewhat prepared. So you could see I was just barely doing lead codes. But then around October, I locked in because I started getting more interviews. And this is when I would spend like 5 to 8 hours a day doing lead code questions. So I only did for November, December, January, and February. So it's like I spent 4 months kind of grinding, doing a ton of lead code questions. 1, 2. Yeah, those months I spammed lead code questions, and probably in those 4 months I solved 350 lead code questions in the 4 months. So that's sort of it. That's sort of what I did. That's pretty much it. You could see that I never really, after that I started working, so I haven't done lead code for a lot of 2021. 2022 I didn't even touch lead code. Maybe had some one weird submission. 2023 I mostly didn't touch lead code. In 2024, when I started this channel, or actually this is what happened. This is when I was switching companies. So this is when I moved to Rippling. I started lead coding, and then I started working at Rippling around July. And then I started this YouTube channel here. So pretty much like these green spots is pretty much just because of my YouTube channel. But for actually lead code grinding to get a job, I've only probably did it for less than 6 months total. So in 2021 for 4 months, and then 2024 for like 2 months. On average, after how many questions do you get better at lead code? Probably I would say after 300 questions, you should be pretty good. Dude, what's this? Okay, let me look at this stupid question again. Yeah, exactly. Alpha, pretty much my problem now is I can solve a lot of the questions I could solve like the Fang level questions, but I can't. But I've never tried Grandmaster level Code Forces questions, so I just need to push myself harder and take on those higher elo questions. I only really can do questions up to like 2,000 elo on that zero track, but it's just because I haven't been pushing myself to do the high elo questions, but that's why I'm doing more of these weekly contest questions now, just to actually get better. You're given an integer array nums of length n. Okay, let's get back into this question. What is this question asking? Yeah, hopefully it answered a lot of questions. Yeah. Okay, what is this? You're given... Only if you do an AND operation and it equals k. Return the maximum value of k such that array can be sorted in non. Okay. So the value needs to be actually in here though. Return the maximum value of k such that array can be sorted in non-decreasing order using any. Okay. So here we just need to swap 3 and 1. Okay, what about here? Swapping nums 2 and nums 3 is allowed since nums 2 equals 2. Okay. Only k allows sorting since no greater k allows the required. Okay, so I think we always can fall back. We always can fall back on 0. We always can fall back on 0 for sorting. But what about the higher numbers? Yo, chat, try this question out. Equal to k. And the bitwise and. Okay. There's no greater k allows requires swaps. Okay. If we're given all of the numbers from 0 to n, then we're given, like, let's look at it in binary. 0, 1, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 0, 0. So let's say 0, 1. Okay. All we need is this small example. So if we have 0 and we AND 0 with all these other ones, okay, yeah, we can swap them obviously. What about 1? Who can 1 swap with? If we choose 1, 1 could only... If we choose 1, 1 could swap with... One could only swap with... Because we need this operation. Nums I equal... Which one of these could actually get us to 1? This would lead to 0. Okay, this would lead to 1. Okay, 1 and 3. Yeah. So 1 and 3 would be... So it could switch with any odd, I guess. One can switch with any odd? 1. Yeah, because what it would do is... One can switch with any odd. I'm trying to figure out the pattern here. K equals 2. Can switch with anybody with 1, 0 at the end as well. This is interesting. There's probably a trick to this question. Because one brute force is just start with 0 and move your way up. Yo, what's up? What's up? JN, long time. Good morning. Okay, what's the hint? What the heck? Take the bitwise AND of all elements that are not in the correct position. Okay, because we know it needs to be 0, 1, 2, 3. One needs to go here. Dude, that's the full hint of the question. Yeah, because pretend we had 0, 3, 2, 1. So we only need to get really these ones and swap them. The other ones, since they're already in position, we don't really need to swap them. So I've never solved code forces in my life, but maybe I'm gonna start moving on to that. So if we take, okay, yeah, that's a pretty big hint. Cause we need to swap all of them around in order. We need to swap all of them around to get it to the correct spot. Right? So they all need to... it needs to be transitive, as in all of them need to be ANDed together. So they all... If we take an AND... Yeah, that they pretty much just gave me the hint there. So we can just be like not in place. So first we need to figure out which ones aren't in place. And then yeah, once we AND them, what do we get? Okay, I see. That makes sense. So we need to enumerate nums and nums. If num is equal to the index, is not equal to index, we say it's not in place. Dot and num. So what we're gonna do is now we'll have our result equals 0. How are we gonna loop through all of them and AND them? We'll say if not in if length of not in place equals 0, return 0. Otherwise, what we're gonna do is result equals not in place 0. With that, we say for I in range 1 to length of not in place, we're gonna do result plus equals result and not in place I, something like that. Holy, that was a huge hint. That's so funny. Yeah, I wonder what the ELO on that problem is. Wow, so much. It's crazy. All right, I solved my 2 questions for the day. We got one more person coming on right now. And then we'll be done the stream. Alright. Have this Stevens Institute student hopping in again. Sweet. This might be like the 3rd time he hopped on. Anybody got any good questions to ask? I like this question. This is a good question because it's just straight up coding. Maximum subarray. What is this question? All right, we'll wait for the last person to hop in for today. I'm trying to solve. See what the chat saying. I'm trying to solve leaks SQL questions now. Any tips, Alpha, where I can go after leak code problems? How many leak code problems have you already solved? If you've already solved a lot, or if you haven't solved that many, why do SQL? SQL is fun. I think the SQL ones are kind of useful for working, honestly. That's why I like to do them. Waiting for the next person to hop on. Okay, they're trying to hire you for data engineering roles. That's why you're practicing that. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I'm still live. I'm waiting for someone to come on. I'll probably give him like 5 more minutes. Let's try this question. Why is it bugging? Yeah. If he doesn't come in, it's all good. I got a lot more streams to go. Let's see. It doesn't say you're live? What the? No way. Yeah. YouTube trips out sometimes. Yo, chat. Inside of the in the chat, the pin chat is how you sign up for my coding interviews. So let's see. So these are the days I have open. So I have some time on the 15th, the 16th, next Sunday, the following Sunday. So I have a lot of slots open. So yeah, this is way better way to book interviews, honestly. So there's a bunch of slots open. Preferably for people who actually have interviews coming on as well. Just so that they can get prep for them. Okay. Alright, I don't know if the other guy's gonna show up, but let's see. Anyways, I'll be streaming again on Thursday. I'll probably just chill right now and make some dinner or something because I've already done like 3 interviews today. So yeah, I'll catch y'all on the next stream. Thanks for tuning in. I think the next person didn't show up, so I'll see y'all in the next video or the next stream Thursday. And just sign up if you want to get an interview. Peace. See ya.